Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. One of the things I've noticed when I watch YouTube, I do a lot of cringe watching on YouTube. And one of the things that seems to happen a lot is people get into the habit of having the same little catchphrases or things they say. And it's every time the same thing. And it feels weird to me. So I try to stay out of that habit. You can see why it's useful, though. You sort of get into a nice. it's easy to just remember that this is how you say it, and the start of the video is always the most awkward. But I think this channel is full of people that are okay with awkwardness. So you're joining me today for a continuation of the 7th Citadel. Last night we played 5 hours or so, and for the first time we decided to end a session before finishing the scenario and continue it today. And I think that was a good idea, but it does mean that I'm not sure how long this session will be. Could be 2 hours, could be another 5 hours. I guess it depends on whether we take our time, etc. We're playing the scenario in Dadachaem's Awakening called Respite. It's basically told us, go out there, take a little break, a little interlude. You've got 50 health, go out and just upgrade your, find things to get. See if you can resolve some side quests, get some items. So what we're going to do today is a little bit of a recap of yesterday's session, and then talk about our plans for today. But let's check in with the chat. We'll do a little bookkeeping first. By the way, today is Tuesday, 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm broadcasting from Champaign, Illinois, and it's April 23rd, 2024. I see we've got 5 viewers, 3 likes, 5 viewers. So this is the hardcore group that's been joining me for the 7th Citadel. I just posted yesterday a series of 4 videos on the 7th Citadel. I posted a video with top 7 DIY upgrades and accessories for the 7th Citadel, which I'm using here. I posted the top 10 tips for getting the most enjoyment out of the game, top 12 strategy tips, which is really not my forte, and some of you who have been watching me play may think it's questionable for me to put out a strategy video. I normally do not do that kind of thing. And then I did a top 15 overlooked rules. And I'm going to talk about that for a second because it is interesting. So I put out all of those videos all at once because I thought, well, it makes sense. If someone's interested in one, they might be interested in another. But an interesting thing happens when you publish a whole bunch of videos on YouTube all at once, which is that people start unsubscribing. And that's because I think they must get notifications like new video, new video, new video. They see 3 new videos all at once on something they're not interested in. And that's just like the impetus, the reminder, hey, this channel is not for me and now it's bothering me. So they unsubscribe. That's completely fine. Just a couple people. And it's clear, I mean, the 7th Citadel is a very niche thing, and it's only delivered to Kickstarters currently. It'll get in retail soon enough. So that's an interesting thing. And I got the top-down camera, which is this new camera, which is recording at higher resolution. So the top-down stuff should be better, but I apparently was messing with it between videos, and I brought it out of focus. So unfortunately, the top-down views for some of these videos, and I recorded a bunch of them all at once, is a little out of focus. So I posted them, and I was a little nervous that people were going to be complaining and saying these are bad advice, bad ideas, filmed poorly, whatever. But actually, although they don't have many views, there has been a nice active discussion on Board Game Geek in the 7th Citadel forum section, and people have been quite friendly and adding little points and discussing it. So that's been fun. One of the more enjoyable parts about making videos is talking to people about them and looking at the replies and being able to debate things. Okay, any other bookkeeping we need to do before we start? I do want to remind you, if you're playing this along with me, to keep a pen and paper nearby. Write any thoughts you have about the game when we eventually do review it, probably after we play through this entire threat. I'll try to post a spoiler-free review, but I'd like to hear your thoughts. This is clearly, especially in contrast to the 7th Continent, seeing what they've changed. This is absolutely a game that really makes you think about game design and why they changed the things they did and what the effects were. So I'm really quite, I'm looking forward to talking about the game design issues here. Okay, let's see. Jonathan says, been reading more of the Dadachaem House Murders. You should try to catch up. Not sure if you'd like it as much as the Poison Chocolates case. I will try to catch up. Similar element where members of Mystery Fiction Club theorizing and accusing each other. Oh my God, that's my favorite thing. And then Jonathan says there's a puzzle hunt this weekend in the Discord for the Perplexed Hunters. So there's a Co-op for 2 Discord. Then Jonathan has a Discord where they have a mystery reading book club, and they're reading the Dadachaem House Murders. And then there's another Discord started by people that were peripheral to the Co-op for 2 channel, where they work on online puzzles collectively. So if you're interested in that stuff, you could jump by the Discord for Co-op for 2 and from there into these others. Sarah is with us, and has stopped in. Autumn is here. Autumn, by the way, posted a reply to the video to answer one of the questions I had at the end of the last session. At the end of the last session, there was a little castle symbol on the card as we enter Kel. And I was sure we had seen it before, but we couldn't figure out where. We knew we had seen some card that said, if you see this symbol, be on the lookout, but we couldn't find it in any of our side quests. And Autumn says, the place you saw that symbol was on this card that we got. Oops. This card here. There it is. It's this card we got for this scenario that says whenever we want, we can lose 10 life to jump back and end the scenario. And if you're on a space with the castle, Kel, you can't do that. So that's an interesting thing. And it's good we remember this, because actually right now our health is 23, but we have to remember we have to get back home. If you die, it's one of the weird rules. It seems like much too harsh a rule, but one of the rules of this system is that if you die, if you actually die, if you actually get below 0 health, you don't just fail the scenario, but you fail the whole threat book, and you should start the whole thing over. So we're halfway through. We're like 5 scenarios in, so we do not want to let ourselves die. That's much too high a risk. So keep that in mind. Okay, what else do we need to talk about to recap? So I stitched together, let's see if I can bring it up here. I stitched together the photographs of our various playthroughs. I think this is most of the places. And in fact, let me just see if I can bring it up here where I can draw on it. Let's see if this works for us. Okay, you can see all that, right? All right, so our Citadel is right here. That's our starting location. When we started, what the hell is that? Okay, when we started, we got a bunch of side quests. One of them told us about a place down south. So one of the first things we did on yesterday's session is we walked down. What's this nonsense? I don't know why I did that. Okay, so we walked down and we discovered a new area that we hadn't been in before. And that was this guy in his little, I guess it was down here. It was this fort here. We went in the fort. That guy was supposed to tell us about, he was supposed to know, we had a side quest, which of all things was specific to this carrot book. So we have this treaty on rural poetry for carrots. And it has a little ability. It's a pretty crap ability. And when we got this book, we were all excited about it. And then I was very annoyed at such a weak book. And then the weirdest thing happened. We started today's scenario and it said, hey, if you happen to have this book, which has to be such a rare thing since there's a set of like 15 books, if you happen to have this book, you can do this side quest. So we took that side quest and we headed down to where this guy who knows about magic might know something about how to make sense to find the secret that's in this book. And we knocked on his door, he let us in, and he took a look at the book and he said, nah, it's a scam. There's nothing special about this book. You were misled, but since you came all the way down to see me, I'll have pity on you. I'll give you a couple bucks for it. And we said, that sounds suspicious. We're going to keep our book. And we did a cognition test, and it kind of suggested that we should be able to figure out the secret to the book ourselves. Like, it confirmed our theory that there was something special about the book. And it said we should be able to figure it out ourselves. And we looked at it, and we had a couple theories. So I kept thinking maybe it's an acrostic, like the first letter of each word. THNROE didn't seem to make sense. Jonathan was trying to see if maybe this diagram made sense. Maybe if we count the number of things that it mentions. I hypothesized that probably if the secret is in here, it's going to be a 3-digit number. We looked for any way we could see a number. Okay. I posted in the Discord a screenshot, and I said, can anyone think of this? And Stacy, who plays a lot of these detective games, took about 3 seconds and said, yeah, I got it. Here's the answer. And it's a reminder that I'm not as good at these puzzle games as I might hope. You might hope after a couple of years I'd get better. Anyway, so I'm going to explain to you what Stacy pointed out. And basically, I had the right idea about the acrostic, but I was so quick to give up on it and not be a little more clever and persistent. But if you just look at the capital letters and not the lines that are continued, look at what you get. THREEHUND. RED. So 300 TWENTY FIVE. So if you just take so it is an acrostic, it's just that the continuation lines get ignored. So 325. So that's what we're going to look up to figure out the real secret of this book. So there's that. That's one thing we're going to do today. Jonathan says, we need at least 11 health to instantly go back to the Citadel. Yeah, I mean, right. We need to have 10 spare because we're going to lose 10. So we need to have at least 11. We can't let ourselves get below 11. We do have, however, one Hope Reborn, which will give us at any time 10 life points. And that's at any time. It's not an action, so you could do it immediately. Like if you get killed right before you die, you do this. If you're playing multiplayer and you lose all your health, you just go unconscious. Someone can wake you up. If you're playing solo and you go below 0, your game's over, you die. But you could do this right in the middle of that as a Hail Mary. So there's that. All right. Let me continue our little recap here. So we went down all the way down to this guy. That took us hours. And he's like, sorry, go away, go home. We were hoping that we could go across from down here to the east because we're trying to get to Kel, which is right here. But you can't. We couldn't go across. So we went back up and around and down into Kel. And there's a bunch of reasons we want to go to Kel, side quest reasons. We've got an innkeeper we want to meet for a side quest, maybe for 2 side quests. Some guy wants a telescope that we're trying to meet. So we've got at least 2 side quests that have to do with Kel. We also want to go to Kel for a couple other reasons. We were scared out of Kel by some brigands. And now we're strong enough, it feels like we want to go in there and show them what's what. and explore it. I don't think we've seen everything there is to see. So that's another thing we want to do today. And then there are a couple other areas that I'm very keen to explore. I'm very curious about this. On our last playthrough, we passed by these two places, but we were in a rush and scared. So we sort of rushed through these two places. Now this place you can just look at, so I'm hoping we'll just do that. This place, however, we were so intrigued by, we tried to get into it. But the only way to get to it is swim, and it was a much too hard of a test for us to pass. We've gone to a lot of trouble on yesterday's session to pick up this one maritime card that if we can draw it, should let us swim over there, I think. So we're going to hope to get it now while we play and keep it in our hand to be able to use. Now the other, I'm just looking at things that we might try to do today. So we haven't fully explored down here as much as we could, or in any of these areas, but I believe somewhere here we met, somewhere in this area, or maybe this area, we met a woman who was sick, needed to be cured, needed us to figure out what was going on. And one of the cards we upgraded recently was a healer, so we might be able to actually do that now. We've seen two of these Stonehenge things now. I wonder if there's some way to make sense of them as a group. Okay, so there's that. And then as far as other things to do, if we have time, we could try to explore up here, which we haven't. The other unfinished piece of business for us is this ruined citadel here. We had a mission where we were to investigate it, and we had a whole flock of sheep traveling with us, and we decided it's too risky to climb down in there. We would lose our sheep. So we came home instead. So if we have time, we might try to go down in there and clear out that place. So there's a lot of stuff we could do. We won't have time to do all of it. We're going to do our Kell first. And then I'm very keen to do these two things. And then if we have time for something else, we'll do it. Otherwise, let's clear this all. Otherwise, we won't. Yeah. John says, the card on the far right-hand side with 2 slots is the merchant who set us on the side quest. You're saying this one here. This merchant, traveling merchant, gave us this card with the 2 slots. And he's the one who sent us to Kell on one of our side quests to talk to the innkeeper. Jonathan is saying, well, that's a good time to show you the other thing I did. All right, so let's see. So I wrote up, we've got a Google Doc with some notes. These are just various notes of things from our book transcribed, but more importantly, I rewrote up our side quests. Okay, so here are all the side quests. This is the same thing that's written in our book here by hand. It's just a little easier to read it here. So Jonathan is talking about was it? No, not that one. Not the stellar scope. It might have been this one. See the innkeeper in Kell, Ryapon's caravan. Is that the one? Can you see this? It's kind of hard to make this out. 228, it says. 228, that's what it is. Okay, so I can see on the door here, it says 228, barely. So I think that's this one here. This is the merchant east of Kel. So he's the other guy who wants us to go into Kel. There's a Kel side quest, and here's another side quest of Kel. So we've got at least 2 Kel related ones. Plus, don't forget the people that got attacked on the road from Waterbank. Their killers escaped into Kel. So that's another thing to keep a lookout for, is the raiders in Kel from the Waterbank caravan that we rescued in one of our previous missions. All right, so we've got 23 health. We're going to put this aside. Do we need to? Did I show you this? Did we recap this? This was the other thing, I guess, to talk about. This is, we spent some money on a feather map and brought this out. And when you read this, he told about how there's some very dangerous bleeding flowers that with razor spikes that cut you. So we didn't make much use of this, but we could bring out a feather to a place we've never been before now. This is the first time at the end of this mission that we could bring out a card we've not, for an area we haven't been able to get to yet. But we'll figure that out later. But it is something to consider. Like, we only have 1 Hope Reborn now. We could use it for an upgrade if we don't need it to get home. But I'm not sure how likely that is. All right, anything else to talk about before we jump in here and head into the city? Should we look up our carrots? Let's do that. Let's start our session by looking up the secret that we found. 325. Isara was asking about the crevice. So let me clarify that. Previous mission, we tried to get to this. When we were trying to get here to this ruined citadel, here, let me take a different color here. Okay, when we tried to get to this ruined citadel, which was one of our missions, there was a bridge here we couldn't cross, but we tried to help them build it. So we went all the way around this giant crevice, found the miner, and then continued this way, found it, found evidence, and then hightailed it back. But now this bridge is built that gives us a shortcut straight over. However, and to some areas we haven't seen up above. However, one thing I didn't mention is that this bridge, even though we helped build it, requires a barter item to cross it. So that's the one thing that we've loaded up with lots of stuff. In fact, I should recap that before we start play today. I've got these all in these things here now. We've actually got tons of stuff. We've got every blessing you could get, we have here. You're focused, you're unleashed, you're confident, you're in shape, and you're lucky. These are all temporary, so we have to be careful to use them soon, or they're going to go away. We've got a bunch of food. We've got a cape, so we've got that. We've got this apprenticed arcanist, who's the most powerful creature we've ever encountered because of her thinking skills and her spell skills. We've got the most useless person we've ever encountered, this musician. I got a great iron bar. We've got the super powerful weapon. We discovered this very powerful armor, but it's very heavy. We're at our max weight of 10. And we've got a sack of grain, which we might use to try to get an animal. And remember, we're keeping our eye open always for this dinosaur plant symbol. All right, so let us, I have explained the crevice to answer Isara's question. Now let's do this carrot. So 325, which will be a card we're going to get out. All right. So 325 card does indeed have a thumbs up. So that means we did it right. All right, let's see what we've got here. You really know how to read between the lines. Behind that innocuous text lies a powerful magic formula that you are eager to learn by heart. Take a 99 card. That's another Hope Reborn. That's great for us. Banish the treaty on carrots. And if the quest, vegetables and incantations, can be seen on the side quest page, which it is, check the initiated box. So this is very exciting. This is our first initiated side quest. So I'm going to take our Hope Reborn, which is health. This is life for us. Not in previous games, it's just been an upgrade, but now it's turn. It's time for us. So that's great. Okay, we're going to banish this book on reading poetry to carrots, which I never liked. And instead, we mark that we've initiated the side quest, vegetables and incantations. Since this is the first time we've done that, let's take a look at how this works, because we've got progress and then initiated and finished. We don't even know what that means. We've made no progress on it, but now we're told to mark it as initiated, whatever that means. All right, and now what do? We check that it's initiated, okay. And now we flip this over. What do we see? Spell of accelerated plant growth during the preparation phase if you are at the Citadel, +2 provisions. All right. I don't think we're going to have to worry about our provisions anymore, but we might have already not had to worry about it. It's already pretty darn high. How high is it? We're already at 17 provisions. So I'm not sure we were ever going to have to worry about that anymore. Certainly we're not going to worry about it anymore now that we've got this. All right, well, okay. We're going to have to make a note somewhere to not forget to do that. Let me write it down here. Preparation extra steps. So in my videos about tips, I suggested to do this. Keep track of all the things you need to remember to do at the beginning of each step, at each preparation. So +2 provisions from the carrot book. All right. I think we're ready to hit the city unless anyone has anything else they want to have us talk about or do before we get started. If there's anyone who's joined the stream because you saw my videos up, my top 10 whatever videos for the 7 Citadel, please say hello. All right. So, continuing our playthrough from yesterday, we're going to follow our instructions. So we're outside of the city. If you want to go in, you return all the cards on the board and all the cards that were in the past, which is what I've already done. So all the cards in the past have been put away, and then a 252 comes out. Okay, so here is our 252. Last time we were at Kel, we sort of snuck in by boat ride. You stand at the entrance to Kel, where several onlookers are going about their business. A foul smell assails you. though you have no idea if it's coming from a cattle pen to the east or from the gutter that divides the main thoroughfare in two. So the last time we were in Cal, as I was saying, we sort of stuck in here and we didn't feel like we were ready for this. We felt like at any moment we could be in trouble. But now I feel like we're ready to kill anyone who tries to mess with us. All right, so we have explored this a little, but I didn't even put this on my map. So now when we're in Cal, we cannot use the escape home action. So just keep that in mind. I do remember that when we went here last time, this is some sort of animal and there's horses and cattle here. And I really wanted one of those animals, but I think it wanted a bag of grain to let us try to get an animal. Now we happen to have that bag of grain, so I am very tempted to try to get that animal. And this is it's not the woman who wants, I don't think it's the woman who wants carrots. I think that was outside the city. But maybe it is the barter trading person. And then down here were the brigands guarding the way. And then up here, this is the way out, I think. I believe this is to go home, to leave the city. I believe when you go to 253, you get you get this. When you go to 253 is how you start getting to this bridge, basically. The bridge out of the city. So, and we never went any further than these buildings out and down one to visit the brigands. Anna says, I thought you were able to look up the secret number you found in the book. That's what we did. That was the 325. That's where we got that carrot upgrade. Okay, so I am inclined to see if we can't. I mean, we could check out the store. Nothing bad's going to happen to us. And then I want to check out those animals. So let's just do that here in order. Let's open up the store. We'll rebuild our map here a little bit. And then we'll see if we can't get one of those animals. We know there's a way to get animals. We haven't been able to do it yet, though. Okay, here we are looking at the store. A few steps lead to a shop where a horde of bric-a-brac is piled up. You spot on the crowded shelves a chicken's foot, 2 polished stones, a box full of horseshoes, a wig. So it's a real bric-a-brac shop. Okay, so let's see. Welcome to the best shop in Kel. I'm sure I have exactly what you need. Will you haggle or try to steal something? Oh, this is us thinking. Will you haggle or try to steal something? So we can talk to him and discuss things with the merchant. Jonathan says, Jesse, are you sure you want to get an animal if we might have to go swimming? We'll probably lose them. I don't know if we're going to lose it. Animals can swim. Even horses can swim. Okay, let's see. So we could talk to them. Or we can steal, which we will almost certainly get a bad reputation, which we don't want. We haven't been bad reputation. In fact, we want to do a good deed to get rid of our stupid ring that we've been carrying around since day one. So it's a negotiation, forces you to draw 2 cards, but it's a guaranteed success, and we get to keep one of them. But our hand is kind of full, and he just wants to barter with us. And I don't think we have anything to barter with, to be honest. These people don't want to buy weapons off us. I don't understand why. I mean, we do have this great potion. All of the stuff we have to barter is useful, so I'm not inclined to even mess with this guy. Jonathan says, save our barter items for side quests anyway, not for buying stuff. Okay, I agree with that. So we're just going to lay this down. This was the tip on the Board Game Geek threads that people seem to like the most, or seem to have not occurred to them, and that's why they think it's most interesting, maybe, is the stickers, which I agree. And this is not out. This was all attached to our previous thing. So we're just gonna, I guess I'm gonna return this. There's no reason not to return it. But probably it just goes in the past, but it doesn't matter. All right, so that's the way out. This gets a 9. Let me just put that there. Okay. We're on this place here. All right, so now we're going to check out these animals. 347. Let's see what we've got here. Jonathan is afraid to get an animal for fear that it's going to get lost in the river. All right, let's see what we got here. A handful of animals graze in a pen. Well, now it's really a hint that this is an animal we can get, because we know the building you build to get an animal is called a pen. A draft animal would be useful at the Citadel to increase its agricultural production. You approach the guard to haggle over a bullocks, but he tells you the animals are not for sale. Well, this is a little disappointing now, because now it is suggesting that the animal we get is going to be donated to the Citadel for provisions. We have too many provisions already. I want an animal to help me carry stuff. But let's see. The animals are not for sale, but one of the animals with a long neck and a mane dominates the others with its slender size. It's a horse. It's the first time you've ever seen one, and it seems agitated. The collapsing lands are far too rugged for the delicate legs of these animals. Well, that's suggesting that he's not going to want to walk around with us in this in the collapsing lands. Okay, so we didn't pay enough attention to this before. We thought you could get an animal, but clearly you can't get an animal, because a success, which we do have a sack of grain, so we can easy succeed this. 1 card and it's a success. But if you succeed, all you get is a 154, and a 154 is one of our blessings, which we already have. There's only one of each of these. So it would just make us lucky. So actually that's of no value to us. Although if we used it on our way out of town, we could get this. So think about that. If we use this in town, then we should use this, and then we can pick up another one on our way out. So let's remember to not be shy about using that card, because it's very easy to get this new blessing. All right, and then if it fails, we're in a lot of trouble. He gets wounded or something. So we don't really care about this horse. John says, we probably didn't know what the 154 was back then. I think that's true. We either didn't know or weren't paying attention. I was so fixated on getting a horse. So really, there's nothing to do but to head down here for the brigands. So let's give it a try. We're going to flip this card. Fire! A crowd is gathered outside a house. Smoke is pouring out of an upstairs window. If you'd rather go on your way, we just discard it. If our ground shiver level is 7 or higher, which it's not, 257, otherwise 221. Well, I mean, we don't have that skill, but it's just a dialogue skill. It's 0. We might as well call out if anyone's in there. This is not committing me to go inside, hopefully. All right, 221. We're calling out. We're not going along our way. Maybe we can get a good deed here. That would sure be nice. Okay, 221. Someone's house is on fire. Let's see what we can do here. A few volunteers Run from the well to bring to the burning house. Run from the well to the burning house, buckets in hand. Their progress is hindered by the onlookers who are obstructing the passage. The discussion becomes heated and they start shouting at each other. Meanwhile, the fire continues its destructive work. Okay, so we've got a negotiation test here. 2 cards get 4 successes, or 2 cards get 3 successes if your influence is 10 or higher. Now look at this. Here we had a question about when there's 2 things you could do, and we wondered if the chain is supposed to be associated with the action or with the blue diamond. Now this is an indication that the chain associates with the blue diamond. Okay, anyway, our influence is 10 or higher, so we only need 3 successes off 2 cards, which can be done if you get lucky with the cards. Certainly easy to get done if we use one of our things to help us. All right, and if we get it right, our influence goes up and we get a Hope Reborn, which is pretty huge for us. If we fail it, we are going to lose our Glimmer of Hopes, which we have 2 of. We don't want to lose it, so we do want to pass this. Okay. Oh my God, it is a good deed. It's a good deed. It is a good deed. We were right. Okay, that's amazing. That is amazing for us. This is so valuable for us. This would get rid of our ring that we've been carrying around since day one, the Ring of Repentance. When you do a good deed, read 507. So we don't know if we're actually going to get rid of it, but surely it's a good thing. Surely it will get rid of it or help us get rid of it. Okay, this is pretty cool. All right, so we need to make sure. We need to make 100% sure that we succeed here. Although this doesn't say that it goes away, but that would be the only thematic way to read this. Okay, 3 successes, two things. All right, so why don't we use our lucky thing that we already said we could refresh on our way out. So let's use this to give us 1 success. All right. And then it's a negotiate, which actually she is good at. So she'll let us use an extra card. So not that we're going to need this, but let's draw. If we then draw, she'll let us draw extra cards. We don't even really need that lucky card, but we might as well use it. Unless we think we're going to encounter something else that's going to be harder in town. I don't think so. Okay, so she lets us do +1. That means we could use up to 3 cards. So we're going to draw 3 cards. We're going to use those 3 cards. We only need to get 2 successes. And if things go terribly, and we're going to use this, which seems overkill, but why not? So, and if things go terribly wrong, we've still got cards in our hand that could recover it. So there's no way we're not succeeding here. But if I didn't think we could get this back so easily, I wouldn't use it. Okay, so here's our 3 cards. All right, so with our 3 cards, we don't even need it, but we've gotten our 2 successes here, plus the 1 from here. brings us our 3 successes. So we have succeeded. We don't get to keep any of these cards. But now this goes away. 154. Okay. She finally helped us out, even though we really didn't need her help. And now we did that. Okay, so now we're going to get to do this. We've done a good deed. +1 to our influence, which is fun. Okay. +1 to our influence. Now we're at 13. Take a 99 card, which is another Hope Reborn, which now we're starting to get more health. This could be a full-length session now that we have 3 Hope Reborns now. We could save them for upgrades, or we could use them to take as much time exploring as we want. And most importantly, you put everyone to work and manage to coordinate efforts. Soon a chain of buckets is organized between the well and the fire, which seems to be gradually decreasing in intensity. You have done a good deed. All right, so now, having done that, we put out the fire. That goes away, but I have not forgotten. Now we've got this. When you do a good deed, read 507. Maybe not only are we going to get rid of this ring, but maybe something good's going to happen. Or maybe not. We'll see. We've been carrying around this ring so long. It's been a burden. It's the weight that's been a burden. This thing here hasn't really hurt us, but on the other hand, it's completely shifted our strategy to avoiding those things. All right, here we go. 507. We've been waiting for this for a long time. Images dance before your eyes. The 3 criminals appear again, but the vision fades quickly. Check 1 box of the quest Ring of Repentance and take a 49. When 3 boxes have been checked, read 472. So we still have the ring. We still have the ring. We got a glimmer of hope, but we still have the ring. But we get to check 1 box off. So we're going to have to do 3. We're going to have to do 3 good deeds in order to get rid of that ring. Ring of Repentance. 1 box. That didn't say banish it? We could do this again and again? It's kind of weird that this one doesn't banish. I mean, we just try to keep walking around in the city to find more fires. Did I read the wrong one? 257, 221. Let me just make sure. It's a little weird that it didn't banish that fire. We've done a good deed. No, it doesn't say anything gets banished. Seems like we could keep coming into this town and putting out fires until we got rid of our good deeds. That's weird. Maybe we should make a note in our book that the town, I'm just going to write the town, which are the IXs, have fire good deeds. Can anyone see what would stop us from just coming in and out of this town to get a good deed? I guess you have to keep finding more of these, but I guess you'd have to do it on different missions, though, because that's now in the past. Yeah, I guess that's not going to be so easy. Okay. Jonathan says, it seems like it wants to give us a chance to see the Shiver 7 version. This is how I remember the seventh continent being like, you keep thinking, okay, this is it. I've done this thing. It's going to unlock and reveal to me something. But it's kind of like it slowly builds. Like things take longer than you would think to get resolved. It's sort of the ethos of these game designers, which is pretty impressive. Okay, but unfortunately, the ring is still with us. We spoke too soon. We were too optimistic about getting rid of that ring. All right, well, it's still good. It's still good for us. Now, 265. Most of the houses in the neighborhood are made of wood and raised on solid stone foundations. The clinking of a hammer on an anvil drowns out the conversations in the street. So, I guess we never saw this before. I guess those brigands were just a generic obstacle, not on an exploration card, not a permanent fixture. So we've got some more buildings in Kel. Only one way to travel, though, to the east. But we could go into this building. Maybe it's like a blacksmith or something? Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to get some blacksmith tools. There's lots of things for building. All right, well, there's only two things to do and no point heading backwards, I guess. So we were going to walk onto this space for one card, which we get to keep if we want, which we don't want. We've got better cards. All right, so, I mean, I guess we're going to go inside this building, right? Why not? All right, we have to draw a card. Camouflage. Not that important for us. I mean, that's a good card, but don't really need it. If we get a lock-picking card, we might keep it. Since we're in town, we might want to rob from people. 223. I mean, we're going to try not to do any bad deeds if we can help it. All right, 223. Just making sure there's no specialty. All right, what have we got here? A man in a leather apron hammers iron on an anvil, showering sparks towards the floor. His apprentice fans the bellows of the furnace, which glows in the darkness. The heat is stifling. The blacksmith wipes teeming sweat from his forehead as he asks, "What do you want?" No sooner do you open your mouth than you're interrupted by a hiss of steam. The man has just plunged the burning metal into a basin of water. So we've met a blacksmith here. What does he let us do? You can't take the following actions unless you have a card with the keyword barter. More people wanting barter. So if we return a barter, we can unblock a card with the keyword weapon, armor, shield. We have no blocked cards, so we don't care about that. I don't see any numbers here, but we can do this action to take a 299. But then we have to give him a barter if we want to keep it. I mean, do we even have, what do we have that's barter? So I guess we do have a barter. We have the potion, and is our, no, our jam is not barter, and our food is not barter. So we only have one barter item. I really wouldn't mind selling him our armor. I mean, he should care about that. I guess our sack of grain is barter too, but I'd really rather not give up that. But we might as well see what he's offering us. I mean, maybe he's got something amazing that is worth trading. Hard to imagine, but let's see. Okay, here's a $2.99 card. Take a $2.99 card. If you want to keep it, return barter. All right, so there's our bow, which we threw right in the trash on our way into the city because we couldn't find any ammo for it. So, no, we do not want this card. What do we do if we don't keep it? Do we return it or do we throw it away? Return it. Okay. All right, so that was pointless. We're like, you just got that in the garbage, didn't you? That's because we left it there. We put it in the garbage, you found it, and now you're trying to trade us for it. That does not make sense to us. All right, well, that wasn't very useful. I was hoping we could hire his apprentice. Okay, now we've got a new exploration, and if we're lucky, it'll be another house on fire. Did I pay the 2 cards to see the item at the blacksmith? What, I had to pay for that? I wouldn't have paid for that if I knew. Ugh, you're right. I was supposed to pay for that. All right, what about our... Does she help? That's terrible. What a mistake I made. All right, well, we shouldn't have done that, but I'm going to use her. I'm going to draw 2 cards. That's 2 cards we shouldn't have spent, but all right. So now this is a good card for running home instead of having to spend 10 health, but are we really going to keep it till we're ready to go home? I don't think we're ready to go home anytime soon. So I'm just going to throw away these cards. All right. And it wasn't any, all right. Well, that's a shame. That was my bad. All right. Good for catching it, but it would have been nice if you caught it before I even tried to barter. You would have talked me out of trying to barter with that guy because there was no way we were giving up our potion. All right, let's see what this is. Let's see if it's another house on fire. Accompanied by 2 lackeys, a richly dressed nobleman looks down on you with disdain. Will you react to his affront? A character on the active player's terrain card is unleashed. They must take the following action. We are... I don't think we are unleashed. Yes, we are. We are unleashed. So we're full of anger. The anger cards are strong, but this is not the first time that this unleashed has backfired on us. So if you're unleashed, you must take it. Otherwise, we can choose. All right, well, that's it. We're taking this action. And we're going to choose... We don't get to choose to... I want the musician to talk to him. But all right, 201. We have to do this. All right, well, we came into the city ready to fight. If this guy wants trouble... All right. Is it me you're looking at like that? You ask in an irritated tone. If your influence score is 15 or higher, it's not. It's only 13. The man apologizes and then leaves. Otherwise, the individual challenges you to a duel of honor, the principle of which is simple. Each duelist will throw a stone at their opponent. If both duelists hit or miss each other, a new round begins. However, if only one is hit, they lose the duel and must present their posterior to their opponent, who has the right to publicly kick it. Only the active player may get involved. Ignore the gear setup. During the result, consider you have selected a card with the keyword projectile. So we do this test. We must do it because we don't have enough influence to avoid it. That's too bad. We're allowed to consider we have a key card with the keyword projectile. It's not entirely clear why that's useful to us, but maybe if we had something else that worked with projectile. And we're not allowed to gear up. Is that right? Ignore the gear up. Okay. So it's a 2 and 2. That's completely feasible. John says you could use an upgrade if you really wanted to. We do have a Citadel upgrade we could reach. Well, that's an interesting point. We could right now spend that to increase our influence. Can we? No, we can't. Let me explain why we can't. The Hope Reborn is an action. It's an action to do the upgrade. And this here is a mandatory action. So we cannot interrupt this by doing this. That was in my tips video. It's tempting to think you could do that because normally you can do it whenever you want. Okay, let's see now. If we pass it, we hit our target and we jump down. If we miss it, nothing happens. There's no difference. That's what Autumn says. Failure is the same as success, so don't bother. Don't bother drawing more than 2 cards. It still doesn't help us to avoid drawing cards. So we're still going to have to draw 2 cards and keep one of them. Okay, but now there's another step. Then we have to dodge. And the dodge is what's important. Oh, I see. There is a consequence to missing because look, if you miss, you do this. If you succeed, you do this. And it seems like ignore the gear up step of the following action. So it seems like you could gear up for this. If we had anyone to gear up for, if we could use that. I don't think we have a card that would help us dodge. No, gearing up doesn't make much sense. Oh, but we do have generic successes from our blessings. All right, so if we succeed here, this test is easier. 1 and 1. All right, so, and then if we succeed here, then if you hit your target, you win the duel. So this is another reason why this matters. So if we hit and then dodge, we win the duel. And then we can decide whether to kick his backside or leave without administering the punishment. If we miss, we come back up and do another round. Sorry, if we hit him and then we miss, if we hit him and he misses, we read it. If we hit him and he hits us, if he hits us, then we're going to take a wound. Lose 2 cards. And if we miss and he hits us, then we read something where he kicks us in the butt. So ideally, we'll win both of these. Maybe we won't punish him, and maybe we'll get another good deed by letting a noble escape embarrassment. 2 cards too, but we could draw more cards. So I guess I'd be inclined here to draw enough cards to try to get 2 successes and hit him. I think if we draw 4 cards, we can use 2 of them. We should be able to succeed. If for some reason we don't get our 2 successes on 2 cards, we could trigger something that would let us use another card. So surely we can pass that. I don't think we need to use a blessing. And then on the next stage, where we're allowed to gear up, we only have to do a 1 and 1. The same thing should be possible. All right, so I'm going to draw 3 cards. With 3, we should be able to get 2. If we need to, we can use another card. Use all 3, but that still could fail. Maybe the penalties of failing here just mean another round. 3 to 2. I'm just going to draw the 3 cards. That should be enough, I think. Oh boy, it's not quite enough. Ah, it's a shame. I thought at least I'd be able to bring them back. Okay, well, we can't play it super safe every time. So we've missed him, but now it's critical that he miss us so that we do this another round. Cody says, use confidence. I can't use this now. I can't use this now. This is a purse card. It would have had to have been declared before our battle. So we've missed him. We do get to keep one of these cards in our hand, which we can just take this success card in our hand. I'm going to throw out experience. I'll throw out sound advice. I'll keep this one. Okay, now it's very important that he miss us. But it's 1 and 1. So actually we are going to be able... Oh no, it's 1 and 2. Because we've missed our target. Okay, so we're going to declare the use of this. Are we going to declare the use of this? So we get our guaranteed success, and then we just need 1 more. Okay, so I'm going to declare this to be used. And now I'm going to draw... We really can't afford to miss this. The embarrassment would be too high. We have to draw 1 card. So maybe... This is really just feels like overkill, but I am going to use this because it's in our hand anyway. Okay. I hate to use these cards for no reason, but we can't. We don't have anything to save us if I draw a whole bunch of cards and we don't get it. What's more important though? All right, I'm going to draw 3 cards. Surely we will get 1 success in here. If we don't, then it's over. I just don't want to use more of our... This is a way, by the way. I don't want to use more of our blessings. All right, so if we don't get a success, a single whole star success here, we're in a lot of trouble. Okay, well, we did. We only get to use one of these cards. So there's one of them. And this triggers our, sorry, let's do it properly so you can see it. So there's our one success from determination and our one success from the card we drew. So we did succeed at dodging it. So he missed. Since we both missed, we go again. And all these cards are discarded, including our healer we don't get to keep. All right, and we're almost out of cards. So now we have to do this whole thing again. All right. So 2 and 2. I think this time if we succeed, we can get that on our own. So do I have to discard determination? Yeah. Determination had to have been discarded during the gear up, but we just triggered it. So yeah, that has to go away. Okay, so now we're doing this fight again. This is the one that both of these should be solvable if we drew enough cards. I guess I was just playing it safe. So I think now we're going to use confidence to guarantee it. This is how I got busted last time. I'm going to take 3 cards. I only need to get one success on these 3 cards for us to succeed. So let's try it. Okay, well, we got 2 successes on that many cards, but we just barely got it. Okay, we get to keep one of these. So remember before we discussed keeping the Mariner card for when we leave this place. It's going to block up our hand, but that is still what I want to do. All right, so that's the card I kept. We spent our confidence, and it goes away. But it was important to us that we do that. All right, now we've hit our target. Now we're down here, and it's a 1 and a 1. And as long as we dodge on this 1-1, we're going to succeed. All right, so we need to refresh our hand, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're going to lose 9 health. Okay, now we're down to 6 to 14. We're down to 14, which is really bad, but we have a bunch of Hope Reborns that we're probably going to end up using to bump our health, our life up. So it's okay. We can do those in an emergency out of turn, so we don't even have to worry about it. Unless we get something that says you lose all your Hope Reborns. Well, actually, what is the one where we have to use them all? It's not for health, right? I just want to make sure. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, that's terrible. We made a mistake. We made a strategic mistake. We made a strategic mistake here. Why do I say that? Because we have 3 Hope Reborns, but if we're going to use them for health, we have to throw them all away. So that's a huge waste. What we should have been doing is using them early on. Yeah, we'd spend them for upgrade, but my point is, when it was clear we needed extra health, we should have started using them. And we're in the same exact situation now, where we should use this for our health now before we get more of them, since it's clear we are going to need one for our health. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. That could have been 30 health instead of 10. All right, well, let's better late than never. So does everyone understand what's happened here for us? We're in the middle of this. Well, we can't do it now. We can't upgrade now. So we're going to survive this battle, and then we're going to use these. Okay, let's finish this up then. 1 and a 1, which surely we can do on our own. If we have to, we can draw. If we have to, we can use this to use another card. So, but we really can't afford to keep playing this game. So I think 3. We can't afford this. I'm going to take 4 cards. This is probably way overkill for 1 success. No, 3 cards should do it. 3 cards is surely enough to get 1 success. Okay, here we go. No, no, yes, okay. But how many cards we could only use 1 card, but we could double it up. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. There's our 1 success on 1 card. A little scary. However, now we hit him and we dodged his. So we won the duel. Now let's decide. Do you want to kick his backside for being such a jerk? Or do you want to let him go? And what do you think? I mean, it's not an easy decision. This guy could be needing of a lesson. What's it going to be? Kick him or let him go? What's the channel think? Provide your vote. Vote kick or vote don't kick. I do think we should probably let him go. I mean, he's noble. We don't want to make enemies with the family. He does kind of deserve it. He's put us through some trouble. All right, 2 votes for letting him go. I'm going to stop the vote right there, because since I agree with it also. Okay, so we're going to leave without administering punishment. Read 243. That was a long interaction because I messed up the battle. All right, we're not at the top of our game. We've misused some Hope Reborns. Let's hope he doesn't give us a Hope Reborn now. That would be wasteful. The vanquished opponent bends forward as tradition demands, waiting for the fateful kick. Instead, you leave him in this uncomfortable position and walk off in the other direction. He stands up mortified while the crowd jeers at you, punctuating their taunts by spitting. Refusing to kick your opponent in a duel of honor is a real insult to the city and its customs. Lose 2 influence and take a 130. What? What? Good grief is right. All right, I'm taking away 2 of our influence. I cannot believe what has happened to us. And now we have the evil eye. This is terrible. So we just lost all of our blessings. We have 3 blessings we just lost. 3 blessings we just lost. Terrible. And let's take a closer look at this. When a character tries their luck, if they reveal Lady Luck, they must return it and return this. Then take a 13 card to try their luck again. Is there any secret number on this evil eye? That really is evil. You probably upset the wrong person. Ugh. Culture shock, says Cody. All right, well, this guy better not run into us again, because he's going to get a sword in his belly. All right, well, that's pretty terrible for us. And that's painful. That is pretty painful. That is not what we wanted to see. This game has not started off on the right foot. We should have just walked away from this duel. We should have walked right away from this duel. Ugh. This guy. This guy. If I see this guy again. All right. Well, now what we're going to do is we know we need health. We've already made the mistake of collecting all these Hope Reborns and allowing them to accumulate. That's a lesson. That's a hard lesson that we're not going to make the same mistake again. All right, so what the point is that we want to use one of these. We want to use these for health, but we can't use health, health, health. As soon as we use one for health, we lose the other 2. So instead, we're going to use these for upgrades right now, and then we're going to use this for health. So 2 upgrades. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our... Well, let's do the upgrades first, then we'll take a break. So we need to decide how we want to upgrade. Probably we should upgrade our influence, because that would have saved us this whole mess. And we just lost 2, and our influence is low. So my suggestion is we spend 1 of these on a community upgrade, and then that will go up by 2, and then because we have the guild, we can go up by 2 more. So that would let us bump up our influence by 4. So I see we lost the internet for a second there. If it happens again, we'll just take our break. All right, so we're going to do a community upgrade. We could do... Is there even one we can do? Is there even one we can do a community upgrade? Or do we have to walk towards one? I mean, we could go here in 2 and get to 1. Same thing here and here and get to 1. I don't see one adjacent to us. It's going to take 2 steps to get to it, but I guess that makes sense. So I'm thinking I'm thinking maybe here, here, and then if we wanted to, we could try this path to getting to another number. Or here and here. No, that's too many reflexes. But the other choice would be here and here. And all the way up. No, I think the best thing is here and here. All right, so unless anyone has a better idea, I suggest we go here and here. This will get us some more action cards. This will get us our influence upgrade, and then we might plan to go this way and maybe get that before the game is over. Unless I'm missing something, I think that's the way to go. Okay, I'm just going to do it. You can correct me if you see something better. So that's going to be our 1. That's going to be our 2. Down here. So let's using both of these cards. They get banished. And I'm doing these out of order, but so we're going to go 2 more influence for that upgrade. And then we get a 2 more bonus because of our guild. There's our 15. That would have saved us from that guy. And now we get to draw 8 action cards to choose from and pick 2 to keep. Normally we would take 4 of these and choose 2, but now we're going to get to choose 8. I mean, choose 2 from 8. I did subtract the 2 influence. I did. I erased it. I've got an erasable pen. I erased it and kicked us down to 11. We were at 13. And now we're back up to 15. So yes, we did take the penalty from that guy. I like to burn this whole village to the ground is what I'd like to do. How do we get rid of the evil eye? Oh, we just have to do this luck thing. All right, well, thankfully that's in a little bit of our control, especially since we have glimmers of hope. Okay, 8 cards here. All right, we're going to choose 2 new skill cards. Let's see, where can we put these so we can discuss them? So we're going to use that for our health. Okay, what have we got here? We've got another first aid card. That appeals to me. That healing card we had was very useful. And it also fits with our style of play because we like to help people when we meet them. So having another health card is kind of fun. So I like that. Charm, that's kind of fun. The gift card we come across quite frequently. So you don't normally have to do anything with it, but sometimes you do. Luck I don't love. And that goes with one of the tips in my video. Having a 2-star thing is great, but the problem is it's so rare in your hand that you can't count on it. So it just feels like it's not that useful. You could save you, but it's more likely to be unnecessary. Here's a +2 chain. That's pretty useful. But I do like the generic cards. Let's see, what does this generic expertise do? Discard other hand cards from your hand in order to take account the class icons in their result area. Look at the top 3 cards of your action deck, then put them down back in any order, and then you can keep this. Top 3 cards of your action deck, put them back in any order. When do we trigger this? Could we trigger this before we draw the results? I'm a little unsure of that rule now. Like, normally you would use these afterwards. But now I'm wondering, could you use that? This is the first time we've had to actually check the rules while we're playing here. Because if you could use this before you draw the results, it would let you more efficiently find a 1 star. It would make getting small successes a little easier. Let's see. Result. Draw the cards, draw action cards, the number of cards you want. Then apply the effect of your cards or in your hand. Doesn't look like you could trigger that during the draw stage. But then what would be so useful about this? It would just let you prepare for the next fight mostly? That doesn't seem very useful. Now, this spell person, we encounter these spell actions quite a lot. You could teleport anywhere, I see. Teleport anywhere. I mean, that's any terrain that's accessible, you could teleport to. That's kind of fun, but not that useful. Well, I think definitely we should take the first aid. But the rest of these cards are not that great, in my opinion. So I suppose this is... I mean, this would let you scry every time and look at the action deck coming up. That is pretty powerful. Block this or lose 2 cards. But if you... That's a very weird card. If you chose not to block it, you'd lose those cards into discard that you just looked at. That's very weird. I don't like these cards where you have to remember what to do. I mean, having this card would be one of these things where we have this card for an emergency. Just doesn't seem like it's that emergency. You can only go someplace you've seen. I mean, skillful's pretty good. Climbing, it's got 2 things. I guess I would lean towards skillful. Can you teleport while you're encumbered? Yes, you can teleport while you're encumbered. But so what I'd like to propose is we take first aid, and then I think This card's too weird for me, this teleport. I don't like it. You need to get 2 successes. Don't like it. Although if it fails, no big deal, I guess. And luck, I don't like. Don't really care about this one. So, charm, which helps us for these tests. Not so great, but negotiation, This is a good fighting card. If we can generate flags, which we absolutely can from this woman, this would let us draw a lot more cards when fighting. But it's just pure fighting. This one would let us do climbing better. It does have more of these symbols. Boy, you people want teleport, huh? I don't think we need another teleport card. I'm vetoing the teleport. I don't like it. Although, yeah, we have a card that lets us run. The only thing it doesn't do is like to be encumbered. So I don't think we need 2 of those cards. So your choices are from these. Sixth Sense, now I see, is very powerful. It's like constantly, every turn you take, you could look at 3 cards, pay 2, or block it. It's not that. I don't like it. This one, huh? I think we should take Charm for the fun of it. It lets us do these weird things. Not very useful. Actually, she's good at that. It's good at gifts, bartering. Although this is pretty good too. Climbing. Skillful. Okay, that's it. I'm taking skillful. I'm just making an executive decision to take these. It's got a success. It's got 2 of our cloaks. And it's got 3 things it can be used for. Things that we don't normally have good skills at. I don't love it, but there you have it. So these need to get shuffled in. All right, so what we'll do is, I know you'll remind me that I didn't take teleport if we ever need it. All right, I'm going to use our last Hope Reborn for 10 life. That has to get blocked for that. Now we're up to 24, which is still pretty dangerous. Now we're going to take our 8-minute break. When we come back, we'll continue exploring the city of Cal. Okay, we're back. We had some rough lessons in that last session, but we're still alive. 24 health. Autumn says, if you haven't drawn all 7 Hope Reborn this session, there's still more chances for health. Yes, we still have a couple more chances for... There's actually 4 more. So those were the only 3. So we still have more chance, although we may not make it. If we get one, let's remember to use it. And if we see that noble walking down the street, he's going to be like, I challenge you to a duel with his rock, and we're just going to be like, zhip, little cut off his head. By the way, speaking of duels, if you haven't seen The Duelist with Keith Carradine and a very young Harvey Keitel, highly recommend you see that movie. It's one of these kind of special esoteric movies that's yeah, I mean, go check it out, watch it. It's a unique kind of movie. All right, so here we are. I'm already regretting not taking the teleport as you guys wanted. I just feel like we already had the run. Is the teleport really that much better? But now that I think about it, well, it's too late. What's done is done. I am happy that we got those 2 medical cards. I feel like it's going to help us to avoid getting injured and stuff like that. All right, back to the game. So here we are. We've looked at that. That was the noble. Now 274 comes out. Anything else to talk about in the chat? Jonathan says, we didn't really lose 30 health. We weren't going to use all 3 of those for health. Jonathan says, Jesse, do you want to get rid of the evil eye? We can't voluntarily get rid of it. Look what it says. When a character tries their luck, they must return it and return this. Then take a 13 to try your luck again. So you can't purposefully get rid of this. I mean, until it comes up. It's going to give us a little bit of bad luck, but we have the Glimmer Fortune Tellers thing that's going to mitigate that a bit. Okay, so we're going east. The city changed a lot during the War of the Worms. Entire neighborhoods have been engulfed and many buildings damaged. Vegetable gardens have been built in the hulls of houses that were too damaged for reconstruction. Okay. Every card here just has a single path we can go on. So what have we got here? They're hanging out in the yard, talking in the street, and we can go look at these giant gardens, which I guess we're gonna look at. I mean, we're here, we might as well. I feel like I'm just angry at this place now. I don't have a good feeling about this town anymore. There's a lot of spitting going on in this world too. There's a spitting ghost that attacked us when we tried to help him, and now this guy spit on us when we tried to spare him. I don't see any numbers. All right, let's look over here. We got to spend a card. It's our brand new card, Skillful. Sorry, this was to walk there. Let's do that. So we could keep this. What would we... I guess I'm not going to do that. Okay, now we're going to do this card here, the 1 to draw. It's our healer. We don't really need this now. We'll just leave that here. That succeeds, 322. I mean, we're not going to look at this, right? Several people work the land where the nobles once stood, the houses of nobles once stood. Oh, God help that guy if we find his house. Several people work the land where the houses of nobles once stood. Similar plots have been set up in different parts of the town to provide for its population. You observe them for a while. Their farming techniques differ significantly from those used at the Citadel. You may not take the following action unless your provision is 8 or lower. It's not. You may not take the following action unless your provision is 9 or higher. So we're here. We could talk. Tell them, oh, look at this. So if you've got low provisions, we listen for ways to do better. If we're already good, we tell them. And we get an influence and take 2 glimmers. That's pretty good, actually. All right, so we're going to do that. We're not good at talking, doesn't matter. 1 card gets thrown away. We succeed. We get 1 influence, which I like. Having our influence high seems to help us with the spitting nobles. We're at 16. 2 49s. Now, we've got an interesting thing to think about now. This is a little tricky decision for us now. So this gets banished. Let me explain why it's tricky. We now have 5 Glimmer of Hopes. We have all the glimmers. That means if we don't use these, if we don't spend these, then we could very easily find ourselves in a situation where it would give us a glimmer, but we don't we can't take it because we're full up. So probably we should trade in our 5 glimmers for another Hope Reborn. The dangerous thing, though, is that the way we're going to take care of this is to pay for our Fortune Tower hut, which is glimmer cards or 2 health. But I guess it would be better to trade in our 5 glimmers for 1 Hope Reborn. There are 4 of them left. And then immediately spend the Hope Reborn on health. And then we can spend health to get rid of the jinxes if we need to. Okay, so we're returning these so we can draw them again. And we're going to spend this right now, right, to get health. So we're getting 10 more health, which gives us some breathing room now. We're at 34. I feel a lot better now. I feel a little calmer now about our health. But just remember, we have no glimmers now to use on the evil eye, but we can use our health on the evil eye. Arguably, 5 glimmers would save us 10 health worth of 13 cards, so it's almost a wash, except now we can get more glimmers, and if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be able to. Okay, so here we go. We've got to put out another 9 card. And if we're lucky, it's going to be the noble wanting another battle with us. No numbers, right? Because if they're numbers, it would be nice to see them. Ain't any. Okay, here we go. 3 men are beating a man on the ground who's clutching a leather bag that the assailants obviously want to take from him. These people don't realize how angry we are. This is not gonna go well. Well, we do the good deeds, so we are surely going to rescue him and hopefully get a good deed. Now, it's a 0-0, so we're just gonna try to rescue him. We'll talk him out of it. Our influence is high, so we should be able to pull this off. Unless it's the noble. It would be funny if it's the noble they're robbing. All right. So we're going to rescue this guy, right? 0-0. We don't even have to do anything or draw any cards. That's a little nerve-wracking. Like, you always got to think about whether you're being tricked in this game. All right, 233. We're rescuing a guy. Hopefully we're not going to regret this like we do most of our decisions with the people in this town. All right, here we go. We say, leave him alone or it'll cost you. You shout to the assailants, do a negotiate, or a 2-3 if you have a bad reputation. So if we have a bad reputation, it's actually easier. It is negotiate, right? Okay, so if we succeed, they walk away. If we fail to convince them, they go for us. Take a 173, which is a fight. It's going to make us fight them. And if we win the fight, we get the same victory. So we might consider, if we think we were going to fail this, deliberately just failing and saving our cards to fight. But it feels like if we could do this now, let's do it. Okay, so our musician is good at negotiating. Which, really, is she? She could get us a success, a guaranteed success, by if we had to throw away cards to get this success. So this lets us keep an extra card, so we can use 3 cards to get 4, and she could give us a guaranteed success. So we're going to be able to use 3 cards to get 4. And how are we doing on our hand? We have no more blessings. And it's a negotiation. So we could use this to trigger, but is she, how many, what's her max? Max 3. So we could get another success by triggering that if we had to. So we could get 1 success from her with this, 1 success from her by throwing away 2 other cards. And then another success by throwing away this card. So we could actually generate all 3 successes from her alone if we had to. But we could also pull this off entirely on our own if we're lucky. So maybe we draw 4 cards. We're going to need to use something in our hand. 4 cards seems reasonable, though. Okay, let's see what we got with our 4 cards. Are we on the hand camera here? Okay. I'd like it to be... I'd like it to show the fight so we can see. Okay, here we go. So there's 1 success, half a success. There's 2 success with 3 cards. Ooh, that's pretty bad draw. However, we can use 3 cards. That's what she does. She lets us use an extra card. So that's 3 cards to give us 2 successes. So we need 2 more successes that we need help with. So I think we're going to have to use ours and then these 2 to generate 4 flags. And with 4 flags, we can trigger her twice. Which gets us our other 2. All right, well, that's pretty painful that we had to use that. It's pretty inefficient. And experience gets blocked when we do that. And this one requires us to throw away a card from our hand. It doesn't have to be this one. I think what we'll do, however, is we'll throw away this one. And then if we have to, we can get it back with inspiration, because I thought we were going to use inspiration to grab this, but we got this on our own, so we can use this when we want. And our hand will probably fill up with these soon on their own. Okay, so there we go. We should give credit to her, right? Because I'm always complaining about her. I'm always complaining that she's not very useful, just playing her music. But in all fairness, credit where credit is due. This musician, artist, companion, she did help us talk those people into not robbing this guy. All right, so here she is. She's come over there. Get away from him. Leave him alone. Your tone startles the assailants who walk away without further ado. Okay, 244. Hopefully it's a good deed. I can already see it's a good deed. Our prospects are turning up. Oh no. Unfortunately, this is our evil eye is going to kick in. Okay, take a 13 card to try your luck. If Lady Luck is on your side, the man on the ground is well and truly the victim, and you've done a good deed. He thanks you warmly, takes a book out. We get an influence and a book. However, if we're jinxed, it was actually a thief that we saved, we would lose an influence and nothing else. So here's our problem now. We could lose a lot of health doing this, but I guess we could make it work. All right, so here's the reminder. We have the evil eye. The evil eye says when we try their luck, if we get a lady luck, which would normally make this a success, this tells us we throw away our evil eye and try again. Okay, this could be painful for us. Luckily, we have our fortune teller thing, so we have some control over our fate, but this could be very costly for us because of this evil eye, but at least we'll get rid of it. That noble. All right, here we go. This is a little, no matter what happens here, this is not going to be good. So, okay, here's our card we're revealing. Lady Luck is on your side. Okay, well, that's the best we could hope for. So normally that would be a success, but in our case, it's not because of the evil eye. So when a character tries your luck, we reveal the Lady Luck is on our side. So instead, we return this evil eye, which is 130, which we should make a note of. So we remember to avoid this in the future. Let me get this back out to remember the rule. So we're going to return this and take a 13 card to try their luck again. Return it and return this. Okay. So that goes back. The Lady Luck card goes back into the deck. And now we try again. Okay, let's see. We're jinxed. Okay, so now we have to use our fortune teller. We don't have any glimmers to pay for it, so we're going to use our health. Now, let us remind what the fortune teller does, because the rule has changed a little bit from what I originally proposed. So I propose that the fortune teller hut says when you would get, you can change it. Oh no, redraw it. I did reprint it. Okay. 3 health, this says. That's not right. This should be 2 health is the new official rule. What got changed is that you don't automatically change it into a success. Okay, so we set this aside. We pay 2 health, 32, now we're down to draw a new card. We could get another bad one now, right now, too. Lady Luck is on your side. Okay, so it only costs us 2 extra health to do that. And now we take all the cards that we drew and refresh them in. That was the suggested change by P.K. Levine on the Board Game Geek variants forum. All right, well, we got rid of our eagle eye. We got lucky. We did a good deed, which is great. Great news, that part. Because now we are one step further to getting rid of the ring. That's our second ring of repentance. In town, it feels like hell is where the people are bad, but you can do good deeds. Is that a lesson about life? Go to where bad people are. That's how you do your good deeds and get karma in this world. Okay, +1 influence. Okay, that's 1 more influence for us. We're up to 17. We're almost maxed out on our influence. And take a 50. What is the 50 cards? Does anyone remember? Are they items? There's a lot of them. You leaf through the book. Oh, it's a book. It's not a good book, a cheap book. Takes a book out of a bag, which he hands you. Okay, let's see what book we got. Oh, it's these books on plants. Those are kind of cool. According to the chapter you're reading, the seeds of the Faglantia can be chewed to fight tiredness and provide a boost of energy. If you see these little purple guys, then you can eat, and it fixes you from being exhausted. That's all it does, though. You can't eat. It doesn't help you if you're not exhausted. 153. There are a lot of things that look like little cocaine poppies, but okay. Anyway, that goes in our collection. It is nice to learn more about the flora in this world. All right, we're back on track. The musician is pulling her weight. We got rid of our evil eye. We've got 32 health. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. That was a little bit of that was this encounter here. They were robbing this guy. Okay, this gets banished or just discarded. It's doesn't say it's a temporary card. It's not a temporary event. It just sits there till we do it. Okay. 315 comes out. Don't let me forget that we still have a card that lets us retrieve a card. So we may want to use this before we get into a mandatory fight. Lively conversations come from a half-timbered building where a tavern sign is hanging. We finally found the tavern that we've been looking for. And there's still more of the town. So what have we got here? We've got the tavern. That's the red building right there. We can walk in there. We've got abandoned house here. And then we've got further along we could go. Were we looking for a tavern or an inn? Maybe we're definitely looking for a tavern, but we might also be looking for an inn. We've got a bunch of side quests. Where is our side quest list? So according to my notes, we're looking for the innkeeper and the innkeeper. I'm sure we were also looking for a tavern. Maybe they're the same thing. Tavern, half-timbered building. Well, one thing at a time. So what do you want to do here? No numbers, huh? You want to go right into the tavern or you want to look at this building first? I guess we should go right into the tavern, don't you think? I mean, Jonathan doesn't think we've got anything for the tavern, but I'm pretty sure we do. Anyway, we're obviously going to the tavern sooner or later. We might as well go there now. Get a drink, relax, talk about the noble. Talk about what happened to us with the noble. Ask where he lives. You know, just out of curiosity, where does that guy live? And is his house fireproof? All right, so one card. Let me walk down there. I always forget. Walk. We can keep this card. Okay. Now we're going to go to the inn. One card, 283. They're not very friendly in this town, though, so someone might try to hit us over the head and rob us. Okay. The smell of cabbage wafts through the room, where a few customers are eating and exchanging the latest news. Leaning against the counter, a man orders a mug of mead and pulls out a few gold coins, the old Kellyan currency, from his pocket. The innkeeper sneers. What do you want me to do with that scrap? If you have nothing else useful to offer me, you'd better go try elsewhere. Oh, more bartering. All right, what have we got here? You made the right choice in coming here. There's no better place in the whole city for food, drink, or a bed, boasts Bertha. Britha. That's part of our side quest. Britha, the innkeeper. So this is an inn and a tavern, same thing. You're about to ask her a question, but she's already gone back to scolding the little man cleaning the tables. So we could listen around, and then we read a certain dialogue. Or we could barter for 7 life points if we have 2 items to barter. 7 life points, that's a lot of life. Okay, and then it's also Britha. So let's look at our side quest about Britha. Britha and the Shield of Innocence is a quest we have. That's the merchant to the right of Kel. When you see the Britha card, read 231. She's the innkeeper in Kel. If the quest is initiated and you're in the caravan, banish the card. Okay, so we're going to read 231 now before we make this decision. It's not mandatory, so I guess we have time. 231. We're going to say, Britha, do you know about so-and-so? We're going to interrupt her and ask her a question. Okay, let's see. You ask Britha about the Shield of Innocence. You've got some nerve. If you want to know, I got the Shield of Innocence from a link as a gift for my husband. There's no way we part with it. No way. If you want the precious shield, you'll have to do it without her blessing. They probably keep it in their upstairs bedroom. If you want to steal it, you could scramble up the wall outside or discreetly climb the stairs. If you don't want to commit this petty theft or prefer to postpone it, return the dialogue book. Ugh. So let's see for a second. We could postpone this and then use this card to get a card that we think is going to be useful for it, like sneaking. Right? Like, look, we could grab stealth and help us sneak in and get that, or take a card that helps us climb, although stairs don't feel like they need climbing, or this is when our lock picking might come in handy. So I definitely don't think we should do this right now, but it's hard to, it feels like, first of all, this town, F this town. I don't care. These people have no respect for me, so I'm not against stealing it, but I don't want to do a bad deed and lose progress on that ring. So, okay, I think we definitely put it off for now. Well, let's remember it. Now, probably we want to listen around, right? But I just want to think about this. We've been previously saying there's no way we're going to give this up for bartering, but 7 health is a lot of health. It's tempting. Do we have any other card, though, that we could barter? Provisions, not really. So actually, we couldn't even do that if we wanted to. Let's try to... It's hard to buy things. We need to do more bartering. We need to find a way to get more items to barter. All right, so we can't do this. So we're just going to read 204. We're just going to listen around. 204. See if we can catch some scuttlebutt. Okay. If you're playing Dadachaem's Awakening, read 281. Okay. So this would be a nice thing to write down in the booklet, that you should return to that tavern in each mission. Okay, what have we got here? I heard that Waterbank's great library was badly damaged, but it's still standing. Shame, I can't read. But my Luda likes stories and wants me to take her there. The client ruminates for a while before continuing. Head down. With all the people we have to feed here, it's not going to happen anytime soon. Take a 150 card. Okay, so that's the second time we've heard about this great library of Waterbank. And 150 is you are focused. Gets rid of confusion, or let's take a card into our hand. Not as an action, but as a modifier. That's super useful. I don't know if we spend enough time talking about why this is so different than this. Why it's so much more powerful. Like this takes us take cards into our hand as an action. This one though we could use even in the middle of a red forced action. Draw our cards. Of course, we'd have to declare it ahead of time, I guess. That's not so useful anymore that you have to declare it ahead of time. All right, never mind. You have to declare it ahead of time. Okay, we're focused. We have a blessing though. We're getting our blessings back slowly. All right, so we're gonna attach this to permanent place. On our way out, Jonathan says we should steal. We should steal her thing on our way out. Okay, I think that makes sense. So that was Britha. Shield of Innocence. Just trying to think. Is everything we do in this town is a trap? All right. Now let's look at this building here. Let me get this card out. There's a 9 card. All right. So let's look at this abandoned building. I mean, surely this town is not so great. I don't want to have to come back here if we don't have to. All right. 305, we're looking at the abandoned building. The dilapidated building, which a passerby has pointed out as the dispensary, does not look encouraging. You're surprised to be greeted by the scent of dried herbs and clean linen. The place is furnished with a shelf full of pots. We're looking for a pot. And 3 beds with immaculate sheets. A healer is busy grinding seeds in a mortar. Okay. I can tell from your face you've seen better days. Please, take a seat. You look very pale. Yes, yes, I insist. It's always more serious than you think. So we could talk. If a 458 card is available, we would read 490. Or we could do this gift action. If you want to take the following action, you must return 1 card with the keyword barter, unless you have a double key card. How do we get this double key card? Okay, so we would have to throw out a barter. We only have 1 barter. It's a very useful thing. It's an incredible potion. But if we gave her the potion, we get 3 life points. No, not worth it. I thought she was gonna... What did I think she was gonna give us? Something good. Somehow I thought she was gonna give us... Why was I thinking she was gonna give us something good? Oh, a pot. Is there a number? I want to steal a pot. Why can't we steal a pot from her? All right, I guess we're going to talk to her. Maybe she'll give us a pot. 00, if a 458 is available. Let's see if a 458 is available. Unless anyone objects. I mean, a 458 is available, so we're going to read 490. No number, huh? I really thought we might be able to steal a pot from her. All right, 490. Let's see. Maybe she can be talked into giving us a pot. The healer invites you to follow him to the back of the channel. Is trying to catch me. Jonathan says, technically, can't you barter the bag of grain? Not sure it's worth it even to rest at the inn. We'd get 2 health just by drinking the potion. You're right. We could barter our sack of grain, which I really want to keep that for an animal, but you're right. Let's remember that that is a barter. Okay, let's see. The healer invites you to follow him to the back of the dispensary into a small room where a body is lying under a sheet. A traveler like you. I don't know who he is, and I couldn't do anything to treat his wound. He was carrying a parcel he had to give to someone. I was about to throw it away, but as you're traveling in the collapsing lands, I thought you might be able to find the recipient. Take a 458 card. It sounds like we're getting a new side quest here from this guy, which is pretty exciting, really. You can't deny there is some excitement to be had in this big city. Okay, let's see. You've retrieved the package carried by a man who recently died at a dispensary in town. Whoa. The package is light and carefully wrapped. It's addressed to a certain Vesnia of the Gurgling Coaching Inn. When another card mentions the name Vesnia, take a 462 card and banish this. Or we can lockpick it. These are the moments that this game creates that are better done than any other game. Just these weird decisions. Well, we don't have to decide now, but this is kind of fascinating. But I think it's a little hard to predict what's going to happen. Well, let's keep this for now. It's a lockpick. It's easy. We just unwrap it. But I don't know. It sounds like we might get a bad reputation. But if no one sees us, pretty interesting. Okay. So that was the dispensary where they have pots, but they won't sell any pots. All right, well, there's nowhere else to go or look even but down. Alms for the poor. A man dressed in rags looks at you pleadingly as he holds out his hand. If you want to take the following action, one involved character must discard 1 card with the keyword trinket and or barter and or provisions. If you cannot or do not want to, then we discard this. Well, this could be our good deed. This could be our good deed to get rid of that ring. This feels like a little bit like the mother would have a talk with the child like, yes, it's true you're going to get a present if you do this good deed, but maybe you should focus on doing good for goodness sake. We are very focused on getting rid of that ring. So, but he'll take anything, which is good. Hopefully we won't get something that's like, if you give him a good card, you'll get a good thing. If you give him just a little piece of food, then the result is not so good. We have food. We've got 2 of these. They're kind of disgusting looking. There's only 2 in the whole deck, and we have both of them, so we're kind of like, it's nice to get rid of them, then we could get them again. 5 cards, it's barely worth 2 points. So I say we give him this food. And we'll just also put the ring with the food and just give them both. Like, here's a ring for you and some food. All right, here we go. 372. We have a trinket too, but that food is the thing that we really care least about. Okay, let's see what happens. This is weird. Take a 13 card and try your luck. If Lady Luck is on your side, the individual launches into a long monologue in which he praises the largeness of your heart and the joy he has in speaking with someone so generous. Take 249 cards. Those are the glimmers. But if you're jinxed, he grumbles. Then it says, if the quest a good deed cannot be seen, read 384. So this is weird. It feels like this is a good deed, but this doesn't trigger a good deed. Instead, it gives you a new quest called a good deed. But is that what our ring is called? No, that's a totally new quest. All right. Well, there's nothing to do but to do it. We'll have to think about whether we really want to spend health on this if we get a jinx. Okay, let's test our luck. Here we go. You're jinxed. All right, so now we have to make a decision. If we succeed, if we pay 2 health, try again and succeed, and then we come out with a glimmer. If it costs us 2 of these, we come out ahead. So probably it makes sense to try again and pay 2 health, or we could just live with this and not take the 2 glimmers. I mean, a glimmer is worth more, especially since you could conceivably get all 5 and turn it into 10 health. All right, let's pay 2 health and do it. It's just a little risky. So I'm going to pay 2 health to draw again using our fortune teller. Lady Luck is on our side, and we get a glimmer. So we get a glimmer from this lucky one. Okay. Glimmer from this card, which costs us 2 health. Then these go back into the 13 deck. And he's happy and gives us 2 more 49s. Now we have 3 glimmers. Okay. So he was very happy. Unfortunately, my plan to give him the ring did not work. So the ring is still with us. He takes our food and eats it and likes it. And now we read 384, which is going to put us on a new quest. New side quest. It says, write down a good deed 384 on the side quest and immediately check 1 box. When a card or a dialogue says you have done a good deed, check 1 box. When 4 boxes have been checked, check the initiated box and read 402. So this counts as a good deed. It's telling us explicitly, write down that you've done a good deed. So I'm going to say that we're starting this new quest. I mean, let's follow the rules. There's a good deed, 384. And then check 1 box. Check box on good deed. And then when 4 checked, read 402. But I got some good news for you. This clearly means that we've done a good deed, which should be our third good deed to get rid of the ring. So technically, whether we see an underlined good deed or not, that is our third good deed for the ring. There can be no doubt about the fact that we've done a good deed, even though we've given him just some food. So he did tell us that he thinks he knows what we can do about this ring. So this guy's going away. Does he banish? Discard. Okay. Now, when you do a good deed 507, that's the thing that tells us to check it off. And when we've done 3, what do we do now? We've now done 3. Unless you think that it shouldn't count for both. No, it surely should. Because if we had done any other, then we would have checked both. Okay. And when we do that, when we do a good deed, not only do we check a box, but look what else happens. I don't know if we remember this. When we ever do a good deed, check a box and take a 49. So we now have 4 of the 5 glimmers. We got them all in this one encounter, basically. When 3 boxes have been checked, which they are, now we read 472. Okay, this is serious. We're going to finally get rid of this ring. Jonathan agrees. I'd say it counts for both, just a little clunky. I agree with that. The only thing you might want to say thematically is, should we give him that other food as like... All right, 472. Here we go. This is exciting. We're about to get rid of that ring. We are about to get rid of that ring. This is incredibly exciting moment. We've been carrying that ring like a millstone, like Frodo, this whole game, and we're about to get rid of it. Images dance before your eyes. Again, the 3 criminals appear. That's the story of this ring, how it was made. The liar has foiled a plot. The thief has returned what he stole 100-fold. And the murderer has sacrificed his life to save 2 others. When you come to, the ring slips effortlessly off your finger and falls to the ground sizzling. Banish the Ring of Repentance. Check the finish box of the quest Ring of Repentance. +1 book and take 3 99 cards. Well, 3 at once, 99 cards, it's almost a punishment, because if we had gotten those 3 in turn, we could have used them all for health, but we will be able to use one of them for health. But that's going to be it, right? That's going to be the last of the Hope Reborns. There's 3 more left, and here they are. So we're going to have to eat all 3 of these. So we can't even hope to turn these in. It's almost a little unfortunate that we got these all at once. If we hadn't gotten them, we might have been able to get these one at a time, but maybe that's overkill. Maybe 40 health is enough. All right, so we get the 3 Hope Reborns. We finished our quest of the ring, which was pretty exciting. Our first side quest we've ever accomplished. And we get 1 knowledge. All right, well, you got to admit, that's pretty cool. Jonathan says, do you want to even keep doing side quests, given that we can't get any more Hope Reborn? That's an interesting point. Let me give ourselves the book. In other words, what you're saying is we're going to be getting rewards like +3 Hope Reborns that we can't use because we've got all the Hope Reborns, except for the fact that took us a lot of progress to get all the way. So working on side quests, we might want to think twice about finishing a side quest. But if we're not close to finishing it, then I don't see any reason not to do it. All right, well, that was super cool. And boy, that ring has been with us so long. That ring has been with us so long. And now we've got, it's banished, it's gone for good, it's never coming back, and we now can carry more stuff. Very fun. All because we helped a beggar in the village. This village has been a real roller coaster of emotions. That noble threw a rock at us, spit at us, the whole village spit at us and jeered at us, and then we helped a beggar and he got rid of our ring. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so now there is no rush to use the Hope Reborns because we've got them all. We've got them all. But almost certainly we're going to spend 2 on upgrades and 1 on health, right? Now, there is a reason to let's not wait till we need to use this for health in an emergency. If we're going to upgrade stuff that's useful to us, we might as well do it now and then be able to benefit from that upgrade, right? So I think maybe if we know we must use this for upgrades. There's no way around that. And then this could be saved for an upgrade if we don't need it for health. So maybe we would use these 2 for upgrades and then save this one to see if we need it. But what would we upgrade now if we upgraded? What would we upgrade that could help us? So where's our... Let's take a look for a second here. That was very cool. I'm so glad to be rid of that ring. All right, so what we could do is we could get some more feathers. As we talked about, there is an area to the left of us that we've never been, and we could get a feather for that. I wouldn't mind getting 1 feather. We could also... I don't think we need to upgrade our community anymore. It feels like it's gonna max out on its own. I mean, maybe a defense would be nice, but these are so high. I feel like we might as well just wait for that to do on its own. Now, so except for defense, I'm a little nervous about our defense, but maybe we wait till we get forced to do that. All right, now we also can start taking reflex cards now. So I was going to go look at the reflex cards, but I think for the fun and variety of the game, we should do at least 1 reflex upgrade eventually. We don't have to do it now, but eventually. But maybe we do it on our way to something we want. And I think getting to another number wouldn't be the craziest thing it would be exploratory as well. What's the closest number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goes to that number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goes to that number. And then I was planning a route down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to that number. So this is the fastest one to a number, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this route here, we could eventually make our way to another number, which is intriguing. If we did that now, it would be a action update and then a feather. Not terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be valid too. That would get us a reflex and a discard from our hand as our upgrades, but not a feather. Depends whether you want a feather or a reflex. I think we should probably be aiming for a feather. But maybe we should do a feather and a reflex. It wouldn't be both towards a number, though. I'd have to split it up a little bit. We could do... I feel like for the fun of it, we should do a feather and a reflex. That's what I think. So maybe we do this reflex. This reflex. And a feather somewhere up here, maybe. Jonathan says works for me. Okay, so for the fun of it, I don't like this path though. It does. Is there any feather on a path I do want to take? I do think there's value in getting those numbers. They're not coming that way. So, okay. Let's do this reflex as our first Hope Reborn. As our first Hope Reborn. Well, I guess let's do it in turn. So the reflex says, can one random reflex skill card shuffle it into your action deck? So you don't even have a choice. You just go into the reflexes, which are here. We've not done this before, so let's take a look. So here are the reflex cards. And the reflex cards all have the same vibe, which is they do something special when they're revealed as part of an action. Okay, so here's our reflex. Let's see what we get. Immediately after this is revealed, you may discard cards from your hand in order to take into account the class icons in their result area. So it's a 1 and a 2 halves, and you can throw away cards from your hand to get their things. All of the reflexes are 1 and 2 halves. So they're all good results, and then they have special abilities. This one, I don't love it. I think there are much better ones. But there you have it. But then, yeah, I don't really love this, how it's like not useful as a hand. But all right, well, we did one of them. We said we were going to do one. Maybe that's the last one we do. Okay, shuffle them into your action deck. I could come in handy. It could come in handy. Okay, and then we said we're going to get a feather. So there's still no feather that brings us where I want to go towards a number, but I guess... that was probably we should have done something. Oh, okay, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm just going to take a feather here, I guess. All right, for the fun of it, feather, because the feathers you have to keep doing incrementally. So for our feather, we don't get to look at it now, but it has to be adjacent to something. So it's either here or here. Now we're in Kel, and we don't know how to get here. So I'm inclined to take this one, although you could argue that we don't know how to get down below Kel either, and knowing what's here in the sea could be useful. We're not going to get it now, but we should probably take this one, don't you think, Jonathan? Since we've heard about Gattle Rock, and we don't know how to get here, could be fun. So I say we take this card. So we take card 80. Whoa. Look at what we've got. It's gold. They're not all gold, are they? Huh. And it is the right card, right? It is a feather card. Yeah, okay. So we take this 80 and we get to read it, I believe. We just don't get to flip it. In the times that preceded the War of the Worms, Gattle Rock went into rebellion against Kel, whose hegemony it no longer tolerated. This cut Gattle Rock's ties with the rest of the Protectorate. For nearly 60 cycles, only rare bits of information, of uncertain reliability, have circulated about Gattle Rock. Has the city-state, renowned for its arcanum and the mages trained there, managed to protect itself from the burrowers with its magic? You send a small group of emissaries there to find out. Now, during the preparation phase, you can flip it. All right, so we put this here. Okay, so that was a nice decision. That's pretty cool. Might have been fun to do here, but this feels like it's a new area for us, so that's kind of cool. All right, so we've spent our 2 Hope Reborns. They get blocked. We've got one more, which I guess we're going to wait and not give ourselves life because why? Maybe we'll make it home without spending it and then we'll get another upgrade. All right, pretty cool. Let's take our next break here. 3 hours in. This has been a fun session so far. We'll come back. We still got a little bit more to explore in Kel. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Looks like there's general agreement that we've been having fun in this city here. It definitely feels different than exploring outside, which is cool. Perry says, we're a rogue. We should be good at stealing. Yes, and we do have the ability to go fetch a card, a stealth card, into our hand that would let us be good at sneaking. So we can sort of prepare for that theft action when we're ready. On the other hand, we do have a new quest that wants us to do good deeds, so we got to be a little bit careful about that. All right, here we are. We've gotten rid of our ring. Seems like a long time ago, which is what we did here. So now this card's coming out, 327. We might be near the edge of the boundary of Kel, I would think. A stage framed by faded curtains borders a small square. To the south, the street comes to a dead end at an imposing domed palace topped with the Kellian emblem, a column surmounted by 2 arches. It must be an official building. Remember, we're looking for the guy who wants telescopes for one of our missions is in here. I think that's what we're looking at here. Okay, a whole bunch of stuff here. We've got a stage where they put on performances. We've got this, which looks like it might be where our astronomist works that wants us to help him with the quest. What is this building here? I'm a little concerned about this. This looks like where you hang people. I guess maybe you hang them here. That's a stage, though. You don't have to hang them in a closed building. All right. What do you want to do? Should we go right for our astronomist first? Or I suppose the first thing we have to do, let me put this here, is walk in here. Let me draw a card. We can have another card, so I'm going to keep it. Deceptive appearance. It's good for sneaking around. That's good. All right. So what action would you like to do here? Do you want to go right for our astronomist or look around first? I guess it makes sense if we're coming from the north, we'll want to look at the stage first, right? On our way. Okay, so let's do it thematically. We're heading down here, 00248. I mean, of course, we're this little kid. If this kid saw a stage in a big city, he'd obviously want to go check it out. So here he is checking it out. Around the stage, a partially faded poster lists the plays that were performed there. The Wolf, the Goat, and the Cabbage. The Lord of the Springs. The place is open to anyone who wishes to perform there, whether for a theatrical performance or for a musical recital. Look who's excited. Let me in. Not her. Where is she? Here she is. Please let me play. She's been waiting her whole life to get to this place. She's been waiting her whole life to get in here. She's dying to get into this stage. All right, take it easy. Let's see if there's something for you to do here. Acting. Well, she's actually not an actress, but she is a musician. Okay, so we can try some acting. What is the actual symbol? It's surely not acting. It's called performing. Okay, so we could try to put on a performance. And if you fail, you get booed. And it's hard to succeed because you can only keep 1 card and you have to get 3. You may not take the following action unless you have a card with the keyword music, which we do, which is pretty unusual. However, look at the benefit. The benefit here is 1 influence and 2 49s. Now, the 49 cards, there's only 1 left, so we'd only get 1 of them. We'd only get 1, and it's only useful for unblocking and luck. So it's not that useful to us to get that 49 card. So I'm not sure it's worth spending cards just to get one influence. I'd almost rather do this, but we can't succeed at that. So I don't know if it's worth it just for an influence. This girl is going to be so upset, though, if we don't let her perform. But it would be such a waste of cards. If she didn't help us out so much in that last one, I wouldn't even think about it. I'd just tell her to sit in the back. Or let her stay here. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, we would draw like 4 cards, get to keep 3 of them. Maybe we'd succeed. If we failed, we'd get to keep 2 of those cards. But is it really worth throwing away 2 cards? I don't think it's... Oh, Perry's making me feel guilty. He says she's prepped for this her whole life. If we didn't have a full hand, I'll tell you what I'm going to do, lady. We don't have time for this right now. We don't have time for you to do this. We've got a full hand of cards. But maybe on the way out of town, especially if we need some cards, maybe on the way out of town, we'll be able to stop back here. I just can't... Actually, we'd have to discard... No, we just leave it out. Okay. Maybe on the way out of town, but I'm sorry. I know you've spent your whole life preparing for this, but if you knew how to act, we'd let you do it. If you were acting, it's really a stage for acting, not music. If you're acting, we could read this dialogue, but for music, not that important. All right, so we're going to leave it out. Maybe we'll come back and do it on our way out of town. Let's look over here, 126. What's our mission symbol? Does anyone remember what our mission symbol is for this mission? It's a little wait a second. I hope I haven't missed this. I don't think I missed this because I just looked at 126 and it actually is the first card I found that actually has our symbol. I hope I didn't miss any others. So this is specific to this scenario, which isn't supposed to have any specific stuff. A skinny man harangues passers-by. So, ladies and gentlemen, who wants to take a chance at a game of Go-Bit and walk away with this magnificent stellaroscope? He points to the 3 insect cages on a display. Ladybugs, beetles, or marsh bugs. Choose your fighter. All right, well, we want this stellaroscope because that's what the astronomist wants. Maybe that's what it was telling us. Not that we would meet this astronomist here, but that we could get him what he wants. All right. What's this? Okay, you know what that red little sticker means, right? That means that card has been eroded. Let's see what the fix is for this eroded card, A126. Doesn't look like it's eroded. What made me think A126? Not critical. Walk away with a magnificent reward. who wants to play a chance and walk away with a magnificent reward? So you're not supposed to know that you're going to get a stellar scope. All right, so it's revealed something that they don't want to have to reveal. Okay. A big man who works for the street peddler pushes away an old man dressed in a worn-out gown covered with embroidered stars, who is in the process of insulting him. Get out of here. You lost. That's the game. Don't push it. The woman accompanying the loser tries to pull him aside. Forget it, Tradamus. Let's get out of here. So this is the astronomer. He's trying to win his stellar scope back. And he lost. He can't get it. Now, you there. You're on a roll, the little man says. And how do you play this game, we could ask to find out. But before we do, there's our word, Tradamus. That's part of our side quest. So let's see what we're supposed to do when we read about Tradamus. Look for mention of Tradamus, then read the same number in dialogue book as the card. So, sorry, could you not see that? So actually, we're supposed to read the dialogue 126 because we know about this quest. If you didn't know about this quest, you couldn't do that. Okay, so let's see. We're going to talk to him now, I guess. Maybe. Let's see. Tradamus. This must be the man Walton told you about. You approached the couple. Good day. It seems as if you've run out of luck. Not too disappointed that you lost your bet? Luck has nothing to do with it. The stars predicted I would win the game. Then that I lost one of my stellar scopes, well, that's all right. But that I could have been wrong in my predictions is what upsets me. I'm sure those charlatans cheated somehow. If I were you, I wouldn't dare play their game. With that, the man grumbles as he walks away. If one involved character has a card with the barter and wants to try to win back the stellar scope by playing Go-Bit, read 145. Otherwise, return the dialogue book. So it's the same thing. Read 145, read 145. This one is telling us that we're probably going to... So I guess if you didn't know you were on this quest, you're not supposed to hear the stellar scope and you wouldn't know what you were playing for. But Jonathan says, are we really going to trade our amazing potion or our sack of grain for the chance to win the stellar scope? I think we are, because this is a side quest that we do want to make progress on. Unfortunately, it would really suck is if we traded away our potion and then finished the side quest. But how many stellar scopes does he want? This guy told us not to play. Jonathan says, wasn't the quest to improve the ground shiver? So that means it's serious. I think you're absolutely right. I think you were right about that being the ground shiver quest. All right, so let's read how to play at least 145. I think you were right. I think this was the guy that could fix the ground shiver. All right, this is a little let's see. Playing Go-Bit is quite simple. You place your bet, then open the 3 cages one at a time in the order of your choice. Cage number 18 contains a beetle and 2 marsh bugs. Cage number 33 contains a ladybug and a beetle. And finally, cage 71 contains a ladybug and 2 beetles. If exactly 1 ladybug, 1 beetle, and no marsh bugs survive, you win this beautiful scope. Choose the order in which you open the cages wisely, but that's not all. You have to know the behavior of these little beasts. Each uncaged insect will eat, but never more than 1 insect each time a cage is opened. The fastest are the ladybugs, which prefer to eat beetles before eating marsh bugs. Then it's the beetles' turn, which only eat marsh bugs. And finally, the slower marsh bugs, which only eat ladybugs. Do you understand, or do I have to repeat myself? You may not take the following action unless an involved character has a card with the keyword barter. Otherwise, if you'd rather go on your way, return the dialogue book. I'll tell you what, it sounds maybe like we won't lose this item if we're right. Read the dialogue whose number is equal to twice the number of the first cage you open plus the number of the second cage you open. If it's not the right dialogue, return one card with barter. So if we get this puzzle right, I don't think we lose anything. But we would be risking that potion. All right, let's see. This is a little constraint satisfaction puzzle that we're gonna have to try to solve here. Happy to take help from anyone here, although I do like these kinds of puzzles normally. All right, let's start thinking about this. We've got 3 cages. We've got cage 18, which has 1 beetle, 2 marsh bugs. 2 marsh bugs. Okay. And then we've got cage 33. We don't need to know the numbers really till we get the solution. This could just be cage A, cage B. Okay, cage 33, ladybug and beetle. Okay. And then cage 71 has ladybug and 2 beetles. 1 ladybug, 2 beetles. Okay, 3 cages. Beetle, 2 marsh bugs, ladybug, beetle, ladybug, and 2 beetles. Okay, so what we want in the end is 1 ladybug, 1 beetle, no marsh bugs. That's our goal. 1 ladybug, 1 beetle, and 0 marsh bugs. That's what we want at the end. Okay, now you choose what order to open them. Okay, so let's see, what's our behavior here? Each insect will eat never more than 1 insect each time a cage is open. So 1 eat each. Fastest are the ladybugs. So they go in order. It's ladybugs first. Prefer beetles over marsh bugs, but they will eat both. Beetles are better than marsh bugs, and they go first. Okay, then next is the beetles, which only eat marsh bugs. Eat marsh bugs. Someone may have already solved this already while I'm doing all this, but I like going through these things step by step. And then the marsh bugs, which eat only ladybugs. Okay, do you understand? All right, so you choose what order. You open the 3 cages one at a time. Okay, so you're gonna choose the order of the 3. 3, 2, 1. So there's 6 combinations. And let's see how Let's do an example to make sure we understand the rule. So let's see. You open the cages, the order matters. So presumably these things can't eat each other, wouldn't you think? Marsh eats only ladybugs. Beetles eat marsh. So why don't they eat each other in this cage? That's a little bit confusing to me. When you open a cage, can they eat each other in the same cage? That's why it's a little confusing to me. Okay. They eat one only, and they only eat when you open the cage. You open them in order. So I guess you open this cage, the beetle is going to eat this one marsh bug. One beetle will eat one marsh bug. Then you'll have one beetle and one marsh bug. The marsh bugs are slower, but they don't eat the beetle. So this would just result in one dead marsh bug. If I understand that correctly. Now let's say then you opened this cage. Guess it doesn't matter what cage they eat from. It's just, okay. We open this cage. The ladybug goes first. It prefers to eat beetle. So the ladybug is going to kill this beetle as its one bite. And then it's done. This guy doesn't get to do anything. But this guy who's waiting to eat would then eat this ladybug. The slower part is a little odd because he's been waiting to eat. So would he eat right away? That's a little confusing. Like if this is open, this eats one of these and then the marsh bug can't eat. But then is he waiting to eat this one the moment this opens? No. First this would eat this. Then this guy would eat this. Okay, I'm just walking through one sample to get some idea. Then we open this one. This ladybug would like to eat a beetle, so it would just eat this beetle. There'd be one beetle left over. He would then eat the marsh bug. Okay, so assuming that that's right, it's a little weird, but I guess if we were going to do it systematically, we could write down the combinations A, B, C, and then A, C, B, B, A, C, B, C, A, C, A, B, C, E, A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, sorry, you can't see that. Those would be the 6 orders, but maybe we don't have to exhaustively try them. A little tricky, but let's see. We say ladybugs, beetles, go next, and marsh bugs. So we start out as a total set with 2 ladybugs, 1, 2, 4 beetles, 2 marsh bugs. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6, 7, 8. Okay, we want 1 ladybug, 1 beetle, and 0 marsh bugs. And these are our 3 cages. Okay, let's think about this. Jonathan says, Jesse, I think you might have skipped the beetle left over from the first step of your first example, eating the marsh bug in step 2. Go through your example again. Yes, I think I was a little sloppy in it. I was just trying to work through it. But I'm not considering that we ran through that option. and got answers. I was just trying to work through it in my head, but I agree. If we want, okay, let's do the first example for real. We open cage A, then B, then C. Okay, so we open cage A. 1 beetle, 1 marsh bug. The ladybugs go first. There's no ladybugs. The beetles go next and eats the marsh bug. So then you have 1 beetle, 1 marsh bug. Where's our cards? Okay, so this feels like exceedingly a large amount of work here, but okay, A, B, C. We open the first box and we're left with 1 beetle and 1 marsh bug. And the beetle is eaten. He's done. Okay. Next, we open this cage. It's a ladybug and a beetle. The ladybugs go first. They prefer the beetles over the marsh bugs. So this ladybug is going to eat this beetle. So then there's going to be 1 ladybug. He's going to be full. The marsh bug is going to be sitting around. He hasn't eaten yet, and he likes ladybugs. So the marsh bug is going to eat and kill this beetle. Now we have a marsh bug who's full. Sorry, I did the wrong one. This is a beetle that's full. Okay, the marsh bug is going to eat this ladybug and then get full. So now we've got 1 beetle, 1 marsh bug. That's this open and everyone's full. Next comes a ladybug and 2 beetles. The ladybug likes beetles. So we've got a ladybug and a beetle and a beetle. Maybe this is the right way to do it. Draw them each with its own letter. Okay, the ladybug is going to eat one of these beetles. It doesn't matter which one he eats. Well, it does matter because one is still going to be hungry or not. That's very weird to me. That feels like a flaw, but maybe it's not important. So let's say he eats this beetle and gets full. Then the beetle is left hungry, but he doesn't eat marsh bugs. So, I mean, beetle only eats marsh bugs. Okay, so this beetle, he's going to eat this marsh bug and he's full. So if we open A, B, C, I think it means we have beetle, beetle, ladybug. That's not what we want. We want ladybug, beetle. I may have to do that one again. We're going to do it again just so we make sure we really get this first example right. And now that we have a notation for this. Cage 1, watch how we're going to do this. This is our ABC. A opens, and we have a beetle and 2 marsh bugs, right? The beetle, first beetle, he circle him, he's full, and he kills this marsh bug. He eats this marsh bug. Now it's the marsh bug's turn, but he only eats ladybugs, so he just sits there. Next, we open this cage. It lets loose a ladybug and a beetle. Now the ladybugs go first. They like beetles. So this ladybug is going to get full, and he's going to kill this beetle. He's going to kill the older beetle, I guess. That's full. Maybe it doesn't matter which one he kills. Then the beetle goes. He likes to eat marsh bugs, so he's going to get full and kill this marsh bug. So now we just have a ladybug and a beetle walking around. Next, we open the third cage. A ladybug comes out and 2 beetles. The ladybug goes first. It likes to eat beetles, so he gets full while he kills this beetle. Now the beetle comes out. He wants to eat a marsh bug. There's no marsh bugs. This guy wants to eat a marsh bug. No marsh bugs. So we end this one with 2 ladybugs and 2 beetles. That's definitely not what we want. Okay, next. That's ABC. Okay, I guess we're going to go through these in turn, although we could use some logic to look at this. It's very easy for the marsh bugs to get killed, but to have a ladybug and a beetle, what can we guess? Let's try doing this one. BAC. BAC. Okay, so we have a ladybug and a beetle come out, and the ladybug gets full and eats the beetle. That's cage B I just did. Okay. Next up is A. We have a beetle and 2 marsh bugs. Ladybug's full. The beetle gets full and eats the marsh. And the marsh bug wants to eat a ladybug, which he does. He gets full and kills this ladybug. That's BAC. Now the C cage opens. It's a ladybug and a beetle. Ladybug goes first, gets full, and eats a beetle. Now the beetle goes, gets full, kills a marsh bug. Now we have a ladybug and a beetle. That's what we want, a ladybug and a beetle. So my calculation tells us that we should open BAC. We could check the others to make sure that none also result in this. That would be our sanity check. Let me check what Jonathan's saying. John's saying those already out don't refresh their hunger each time a box open, do they? That's an important rule. That's a very important rule. Let's see if let's make sure I'm reading that right. Okay. Each uncaged insect will eat, but never more than one insect each time a cage is open. Well, that's a good question. Do they all refresh each time a cage is opened? Let's run this. Let's run this. Let's run this same BAC and see if it changes if we do it if we let them all refresh each time. So we're going to do the same BAC set here. So that's a very good question. Okay, BAC. So ladybug and beetle come out. The ladybug eats the beetle. It gets full and eats the beetle. And now we open A, which brings out a beetle and 2 marsh bugs. But now we're going to pretend that the ladybug can eat again. If so, the ladybug is going to eat this beetle and get full up again. Then this marsh bug is going to get full up eating this ladybug. Next comes a ladybug and 2 beetles. And we're pretending everyone's hungry again. The ladybug goes first, gets full, eats a beetle. Then the beetle gets full, eats a marsh bug. So under these rules, we actually have MLB. We have a marsh bug alive. How could that be? That makes no sense. Does it? Maybe it does, because this guy... How could I have more people alive when they're more hungry? That doesn't really make sense. What have I done wrong here? Ladybug, beetle come out. The ladybug kills the beetle. Next up, Beetle, marsh, marsh. Ladybug's hungry again, so kills the beetle. And there's no beetles to eat any marsh bugs, but a marsh bug can kill a ladybug. Then comes a ladybug, beetle, beetle. The ladybug kills a beetle. The beetle kills a marsh bug. That was it. And then the marsh bug left over kills the ladybug. So with that rule, we have a marsh bug and a beetle left. So the question is, what rule is in play? John says, I think they might refresh each time, so this new rule, because otherwise, why would they... Let's see, John says, otherwise, that would eliminate the weird edge case where a bug would have to choose between eating a full bug or a hungry bug. You're right, it would. Okay, so we're going to do it your way, where they don't fill up each time, which is easier. Okay, so this was the BAC method, which we say is no. Okay, and we're not counting this one as correct. Okay, so we did this one. Let's do, so let me see. If I was going to guess again, and you want no marsh bugs, I might guess that the marsh bugs come out last. Let's try BCA. So we tried that one. Now let's try BCA. BCA. Okay, so we have a ladybug and a beetle come out, and the ladybug eats the beetle. Next out, we have a ladybug and two beetles. The ladybugs go first, and they each kill a beetle. Now comes out a beetle and two marsh bugs. The ladybug goes first, kills a beetle. Then the two then the ladybugs eat the marsh bugs. Sorry, one ladybug is left to eat. One ate a beetle, one ate a marsh bug. Then a marsh bug eats a ladybug. We get an M and an L. So this is also a no. Okay. Let's try CAB. CAB, we're testing now. Okay. Ladybug, beetle, beetle. The ladybug eats the beetle, and he's full, so he leaves this beetle alone. That was our C. Doing this one now. Next comes out a beetle and two marsh bugs, and everyone's hungry again. Ladybugs go first. They kill a beetle, and then they get full, so he doesn't eat this beetle. Then this beetle goes next. He kills a marsh bug. Then he's full. Then the marsh bug goes, and he kills this beetle. Next up, we did CAB. So next up is a ladybug and a beetle. The ladybug goes first. He kills a beetle. Doesn't matter which one. He'll kill this one, and then he's full up. Then the beetle goes. The beetle kills this marsh bug, and he's full. So this gives us a beetle and a ladybug, which is what we want. So according to the new Jonathan rules, which I think you're right, CAB is our answer. I think what we'll do, since we've gone this far, let's check and make sure none of the others work. It's just 3 more to check, and it's kind of fun. So we think this is the answer. Let's try CBA. CBA, ladybug, beetle, beetle. Ladybug eats a beetle. Beetle looks for a marsh bug, can't find it, does nothing. Then a ladybug and a beetle come out with cage B. A ladybug goes first. it eats a beetle. Then this ladybug goes and he can eat this beetle. Beetles don't get to do anything. Then we get a beetle and a marsh bug. Ladybugs go first. One of them fills up, kills a beetle, and the other one kills the marsh bug. Then we have two ladybugs. So no for CBA. Okay, ABC. Beetle, marsh, marsh. Okay, beetle goes first. He eats a marsh bug. He's full. Marsh bugs don't do anything. Then a ladybug and a beetle come out. Ladybugs go first. They eat one beetle. The beetles go. They eat a marsh bug. And everyone's done. Next up is a ladybug and a beetle. The ladybug goes first, eats this beetle. This ladybug eats this beetle. We have got two ladybugs. That's also a no. Okay, last one to check. A, C, B. So a beetle comes out, a marsh bug comes out. The beetle eats the marsh bug. Next becomes a ladybug and a beetle. The ladybug goes first, eats a beetle. The beetle goes next. He's got nothing to eat. Sorry, I did. This should be ladybug, beetle, beetle. It's C. I'm gonna have to do this one again. Sorry. Beetle, marsh bug is first. Beetle, marsh bug is first. The beetle kills the marsh bug and he's done. Next is a ladybug and a beetle. The ladybug kills a beetle. Beetle has nothing to do. Why do I keep doing this wrong? Why do I keep writing this wrong? Beetle and marsh bug came out. That did that. Okay, the next thing is C. Ladybug, beetle, beetle. C. Okay, ladybug kills a beetle. Beetle has nothing to eat. Nothing happens. Now comes a ladybug and a beetle. This ladybug eats this beetle. This ladybug eats this beetle. Then we have ladybug, ladybug, beetle. Where's all my marsh bugs? Why did I do such a bad job of this? Why did I do such a bad job of this one? I don't think this is the right answer. I just don't understand why I couldn't do this one properly. I'm going to do it. A is a beetle. Two marsh bugs. For God's sakes. Beetle eats a marsh bug. Marsh bug has nothing to eat. Beetle's full. Next come a ladybug, two beetles. Ladybug goes first, eats a beetle. Let him eat this one. Then this beetle eats this last marsh bug. He's full. This beetle has nothing to do. And now comes the ladybug and the beetle. This ladybug eats this beetle. This ladybug eats this beetle. Now we have two ladybugs and one beetle, which is not the right answer. Okay, well, I have my final answer here, CAB. And if we wanted to double check it, just because we're going crazy here, ladybug, beetle, beetle, that's our C. Ladybug eats a beetle. Beetle has nothing to eat. Now comes one beetle and two marsh bugs. Ladybug gets hungry again, so eats a beetle. Then the beetles go. This beetle eats a marsh bug. He's full. Now the marsh bug goes and kills this ladybug. And now we have a ladybug and a beetle come out. The ladybug eats a beetle. The beetle eats a marsh bug. And now we're done with a beetle, and a ladybug, and no marsh bugs, which is exactly what we want. So that's our answer. CAB, which is 71, 18, and 33. Okay. Now, you might be watching that and thinking, that was painful that they spent so much time. I could have solved that in 5 minutes, which is completely valid. However, I like that we did it systematically. I like that we talked about it. Now, we might be, if we're wrong, we can have different things to complain about. But I feel like we've done it as thoroughly as we can. But since we are treating this so seriously, let's look it over again. 3 cages, one at a time, the order of our choice, 18, 33, and 71. Okay, we choose the order. It'll eat never more than one insect each time a cage is open. So I think, Jonathan, you were right that they get hungry again, and then we don't have to worry about the ambiguity of which one they will eat. Ladybugs, beetles, marsh bugs. Okay, we got the order right. It feels right to me. Beetle to marsh bugs. Where's our list? Let's make sure. Beetle to marsh bugs in cage 18. The next cage has a ladybug and a beetle. And the last cage has ladybug and 2 beetles. Okay, well, it looks right to me. All right, so now, how do we look up the answer? Okay, read the dialogue whose number is equal to twice the number of the first cage. Okay, twice the number of the first cage, which is 71 times 2, which is 142. All right, let's make it so you can see it. Okay, twice the number of the first cage. Twice the number of the first cage, plus the number of the second cage, which is 18. So that's 160. Plus the number of the second cage. Okay, so according to us, 160. According to me, it's 160. Twice the number of the first cage, 142. Plus the number of the second cage. If it's not the right dialogue, we lose our potion. All right, here we go. 160. Let's see what happens. Kind of nerve-wracking. Okay, so it is eroded. It is eroded, but you rejoice as you watch the victorious ladybug and beetle strutting proudly. With the quick movement, the skinny man grabs the 2 insects, puts them back in their cage. They put up a good fight, but the day isn't over yet for these 2. As for you, congratulations, you just won this beautiful scope. Stellar scope. Okay, now let's see what the errata says. It better not say it's wrong. So what we're looking for is the errata for dialogue 160. Okay, so let's see what the errata says. The errata says, if you want to catch up to the old man and return his stellar scope, do this. Okay, so we have a choice. Let's see, but it doesn't change this. Oh, if you want to catch up to the old man, so we did it. Good work, team. That was fun. Thank you, Jonathan, for your help on that. That was good teamwork. If you want to catch up to the old man, return his stellar scope, read 360. Otherwise, you should return to the Citadel with your prize. Check the initiated box of the quest, Tradimus, and the stellar scope. All right, and what does the errata say? The errata says, if you want to catch up the old man and return his stellar scope, read dialogue 360. Otherwise, you should return to the Citadel with your prize, check the initiated box of the quest, and then banish the event attached to your terrain card that matches the name Tradimus. So it feels like the only thing that changes is that It tells us to banish it if we bring it home. That's kind of a strange choice. What was our... Yeah, that's a little strange. I mean, let me look at his quest. Was 79 was the quest that sent us here. So the 79 quest, I just want to read what it says to improve our ground shiver. So 79 says, John says, I want to house rule that we don't have to immediately go back, which seems to be what it's implying if we choose to keep the scope. I don't think it's saying we have to immediately go back. No, I think it's just saying, I think it's just worded awkwardly. I think it's just saying we're going to bring it back. We don't immediately have to go back, though. I agree with you. We're not doing that. But I do want to understand what it really wants us to do with that scope. So he says, I've learned that a star reader has moved to Kel. So I happen to know this man. His name is Tradimus. This is the old man. He studied the stars. Okay. These very rare objects contain a crystal that would make an excellent container. So he wants us to go to Kel, find Tradimus, and get one of the stellar scopes. So the mission here is not to return it. It's to bring it back. So if we want to do this, we don't want to give this guy his stellar scope. So I feel like for sure we should just bring it home. But it may very well be that if we return it to him, he'll say, oh, you get it as a prize. And so maybe returning it to him will give us something extra. But it's a little risky because we know for sure we want to bring one back. And so I think the safe thing is to just bring it back. So check the initiated box. So we're just going to mark that we've initiated this quest by bringing it back, and we're not going to give it to him, right? Jonathan agrees. Let's just keep it, says Jonathan. Okay, so we're going to begin our Tradimus. Does it say to check it off that it's begun or that we've initiated? Check the initiated box. So it's not a progress, it's the initiated box. Okay. All right, so we've initiated Tradimus's quest by bringing home the stellar scope. Now, so let me point out, we are at the extent of Kel. That's it. We've seen the whole town. This is it. Assuming that this is the way out. So it makes sense. We've still got one more thing to do on this card. I wonder if we're going to meet this old man. Let's go and talk to these people, or maybe this is the way out. What is the handshaking? It's greet. All right, so is this going to be where the astronomer lives? Maybe we'll have another chance to deal with him. But we're almost done with this place. Okay, so 294. I mean, surely we're doing this. We're doing all of... Well, I hope I didn't miss any more. That was pretty fun that we did that. And we didn't even lose a barter item. surprised they didn't try to steal that from us. Oh, we were supposed to banish it, right? We were supposed to banish this. Banish this card. Because we've completed it. So I'm going to banish it. Okay. You climb the steps of the imposing building, whose dome seems to have been recently restored. The Kellyan coats of arms adorning the building indicate that this is where the city's power lies. Oh, what's this? You're about to pass through the doors leading to a large circular room when an armed guard calls out to you. Halt! No entry to visitors. You may not take the following action if your influence is 4 or lower, or if you have a bad reputation. Boy, you don't want bad reputation in this game. All right, well, we're fine. We got plenty of that. No numbers on this card, huh? Okay, well, this is easy enough. It's 2 success. It's a negotiate. We can just give Jaria something to do, even though we don't need her. But she is good at negotiating. All right, well, we just have to draw. She doesn't let us draw less cards, unfortunately. So we have to draw 2 cards, but we get to keep 1. You know what we keep forgetting? We can keep 2. All right, let's see if there's anything we want to keep here. So it's a fight for a shield and a +1. I don't really care about that. This is pretty great. This is probably better than... Hey, look, we got a performance card. So let's keep that. Dodge and balance. Let's switch that out. All right. And now we read 263. We're having lots of discussions in this town. All right, let's see if what this guy is going to say to us. We say, do you know who I am? If you have the double key and you show the guard the double key, read 582. I really want that double key. If your influence is 10 or higher, read 52. Otherwise, take a 13, try your luck. Okay, well, our influence is plenty high, so we just go and jump to read 52. Ah, yes, you're the leader of the community at Ninadazur Citadel. Unfortunately, if you don't have a good reason to request an audience, I can't let you in. If the quest Cold Hard Cash is initiated, read 376. If you have a veteran, banish it. And if you have an amnesiac, huh. All right, well, we don't, I feel like we should be maybe taking photographs of these kinds of things, but we need to make a note of this. So in Kel, southmost, cold hard, take a screenshot of this. Maybe that's easier. Cold hard to cache, initiated, we should come back. And then veteran or amnesiac. Now, our cold hard cache is not initiated, right? We've heard about it. We have the side quest, but we haven't initiated it yet, I believe. Yeah, we haven't initiated it yet. And I hope we're keeping an eye open. So there's nothing to do here. We're done. Unless someone has any alternative ideas. Clear up all these bug fighting things. I wouldn't mind encountering that game again somewhere. It was kind of fun. All right, so it feels like we're done here. So now I'm assuming, of course, that I'm right about the exit to this place being north. It's definitely north. It might be right here, or there might be one more card. All right, so now let's decide what our game plan is. I guess we'll take a break and then decide what our game plan is. But before we break, let me remind you what our choices are. We can let Our Lady Jauria perform here at this place. We can let her sing for an influence and two 49s, but there aren't two 49s, but there is one, which is of no value to us because we're not going to need it. So that would just be throwing away a bunch of cards, but we could just take two cards, let her fail it, and feel good about it. We do have a performance card. So we could do this action. However, if we do this, we don't want to fail it. So we have to guarantee we succeed. And she's not good at it, but she could join us in it. And we could absolutely generate two successes. Wouldn't be so. Yes, we could generate two successes. That would get us 2 of our 3, and then we would draw 3 cards, and then we could succeed. So if we wanted to, we could succeed in this without harming ourselves too much. So if you feel like you want to perform on stage and read what this fun thing says, we could try that. The other thing for us to do in town, though, is steal this lady's book, which I think we want to do. So we could do both of these. We could do the one. It's a little risky doing this because we'll lose a card that we otherwise might be useful for us to steal it. A success, but we've got other cards we can use. All right, so we're going to take a break. You give some thought whether you want to perform in the play and steal the book and or steal the shield, the Innocence Shield. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I'm trying to make our final decision about Kel. Jonathan points out that we've banished the card that came out here. So we should be able to do this again to see if there's another 126. Maybe we can play that game again. The other thing Jonathan mentioned was regarding stealing the shield, we should look at what that person who gave us this mission was about and see if it's a trap or something. Let's do that in a second. Let's do this first because I'm curious. So we got a mission-specific card last time. So it's the guy doing this again. But it's sending us to a different game page. So if we wanted to do this again, we could probably get some reward, but I'm going to suggest we don't do this now. Just because it seems like it takes time. I think we don't need to do that again. We'll come back to Kel. It'll give us something fun to do. We do have room to carry stuff, but we're hoping to get more items, so maybe we'll wait. Maybe we'll wait rather than running that game again, although I did have fun doing that game. But it feels like we've got other stuff to do tonight, and we're already 4.5 hours into this session. All right, so now before we leave here, we should think if we want to do this play. Jonathan said that he was inclined to do the play performance and let this lady have her fun. So, why is it zoom? Okay, there we go. All right, so if we want to do this, we can do it. Where's our hand camera? So let's see, this guy's attached to there. We don't need him anymore. Okay, so to do performance, which no one has skill for, but if we let her do it just for fun, we're not going to do the music because it's not worth it to us. But if we use our deceptive appearance, which we were going to do to steal the book, the shield, but we can go get a different card for that. So if we use this performance, it lets us turn these symbols into 2 successes. So 2 out of the 3 successes we could get by using these symbols. And if we send, oh, you can't send both companions in at the same time. We should remember that. All right, we got a problem. We've got a little bit of a problem here. A thematic problem. So the woman who would be, the person that would be useful to take in would be this woman, because she can generate these arcane symbols, which are what we use to generate successes. However, this is the woman that wants to do this, and I don't have the heart to make her sit it out. So we're going to have to bring this woman if we try to do this. But she doesn't help us with this. So that's kind of a waste. I mean, not kind of a waste. It's a huge waste. It's a huge waste. We could still throw this out to get 2 successes. And then we could get one very wasteful. We'd have to use a card that we could otherwise use. Johnson's, let's just do it if we come back. I mean, it depends how happy we're going to make this lady. All right. We'll do it. We'll do it another day. Get to work. Train how to act. Take some classes on acting, because we're not going to go crazy just so you can get on stage. That's too self-indulgent. We'll come back. This is still going to be here. We'll come back to it another day. It'll give us a reason to come back to Cal. All right, so we're going to move here. Draw 1 card. Intuition. Look at the top 3 cards, put them back in the same order. That's pretty good. It lets us know what we're up against. But it is an action. We definitely want this. We definitely want this. We definitely want this. This is for sneaking. That's kind of useful. I'm going to throw away intuition. Okay, and now we are going to do this action. No, we're not going to do this action. We've already listened. Now we're going to try to rob her. So we are told, oh, Jonathan wanted to see what's the card that sent us here. Okay, so 228 is what sent us here. Let's read how we got this mission about Britha, the innkeeper. A merchant in a little caravan sent us here, and here's what he said. So we found a little caravan. Shaggy head appears in the doorway, glancing around. Are you the one coming from Ninadazur's Citadel? Come in. The interior of the caravan is plush, decorated with objects each more curious than the next. My name is Ryapone, and if I were an insect, I would be a ladybug, he says with a wink. The reference to unveilers, ladybugs, always eager to discover magical objects, is not lost on you. Or is he referring to the ladybugs in this contest, which are the fast ones that bite you? I was looking for someone for a mission of the utmost importance. Your timing is perfect. My caravan can't go into some areas that are overgrown with necro-druidic vegetation. I only leave it when absolutely necessary, ever since an unfortunate adventure that would take too long to tell. That's a little suspicious. Remember, he's got the caravan with the arrow slits, like he has to defend himself. He smooths down his curved eyebrows before resuming. He says, I'm looking for the Shield of Innocence that belonged to my grandfather. According to my informants, it's made of copper and adorned with a hallmark depicting an hourglass in a gear well. That's one of these guilds that we know about. It's owned by a couple of innkeepers in Kel. You should ask the owner about it. Her name is Britha. Bring me this relic, and in exchange, I offer you one of the items in my armory. And then it says, if we bring it back, we get to read this dialogue. Otherwise, mark the quest and read 231 when we meet Britha, which we did. So now we can read 231, which we did already, but we're going to read it again. You ask Britha about the Shield of Innocence. You've got some nerve. If you want to know, I got the Shield of Innocence from a link as a gift for my husband. So she got it in a trade with the people who roam around selling things. So it could be that this guy was telling us the truth, that it came from his grandfather. She says, there's no way we'll part with it. If you want the precious shield, you'll have to do it without her blessing. They probably keep it in their upstairs bedroom. Probably. If you want to steal it, you could scramble up the wall outside or discreetly climb the stairs. So if we have a choice and we can scramble up the wall, if we have a climb action, that would be having a climb card might let us succeed at that without being spotted. If we climb the stairs, I feel like we might get caught. John says, I'm not sure we need anything from his armory. I'm less inclined to steal it now. If you don't want to commit this petty theft or prefer to postpone it, return the dialogue book. Otherwise, read 203. Well, I am inclined to steal it as our last little adventure in this big city. Let me see, however, if we could get a climbing card. We have inspiration that lets us fetch a card. I want to see if we have a climbing card in our discard that we could get. Well, we have a success. Healer. We do have a climbing card. And we do have a lock-picking card. Can we take... Wow, we could take two of them. I mean... I think we should do it. I think we should do it just because we can prepare for it. Let's do it. Let's do it. So I'm going to throw away inspiration to take these two cards from the discard. One is lockpicking and one is climbing and grabbing. Now I have to choose one to throw away. Normally I would throw a Mariner, but I want to hold on to that. These are generic. This one is stealth, but it feels like climbing is what we need. I mean, stealth could be good too. Two symbols would be nice. Deceptive appearance or skillful. So maybe a lockpick. I think for the fun of it. I tell you what we're going to do. Just because we're going to try to have fun with this thematically, I'm getting rid of this card, which is pretty strong, generic card, and I'm giving us 3 cards that are all about stealth and stealing. We've got lockpick, climbing, taking, and stealth, sneaking. So we're all geared out to steal this book. I think it'll be fun. And we've been not doing bad stuff and getting kicked sand in our face. And this town has spat on us. We're going to pretend this innkeeper is one of the women who spat on us when we didn't kick this guy in the butt. So here we go. Definitely bad things could happen, but we're going to try it. All right. So I think it said 231 if we want to try to steal it. $231 was when we asked her about it. Okay, and if we want to steal it, if you don't want to commit, return to this dialogue. Otherwise, 203. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. A little scary. We're doing something bad we don't normally do. The innkeepers are busy in the main room. You take the opportunity to go to their bedroom. So now look, we prepared for this. We can do a climb 2-3 or a sneak 2-3. They're both the same. Let's move this up here. Climb 2-3. Okay, so we have, where's our hand? Okay, so we have a climb and a sneak. This one, 2 cloaks turn into 2 stars 3 times. That we could get 6, but we only need 3. So this is probably the one to do. And we could generate 2 of our successes from this card. 2 extra successes. But let me just read what this says here, because otherwise I was more inclined to climb. You search the room without finding anything except a curious copper object in a dresser drawer in which there's a hallmark with an hourglass. You leave the premises quickly with your discovery. Huh. Okay, so we just have to succeed. It doesn't matter which one. If we lose this, we get caught and injured. All right, so it doesn't matter which one we do here. So we did a little bit of overkill here. I guess the one we're more likely, it doesn't really matter. They're the same. We don't have to decide now either. We just need 1 success on 2 cards. So, but it would be nice not, well, actually, holding on to this is not much use, but not spending sound advice would be nice. So 3 cards. What about our companion? Do they help with this? No. Okay. I'm going to take 4 cards, and we'll see if we can't get away with not using everything we have. So let's see. We've got 3 successes on 2 cards, which is all we're allowed to use. 3 successes and 1 arcane. 1 arcane can be used for a star. That's our... Oh, we don't even need it. Done. We don't even need it. Okay, 3 successes on 2 cards. That's a success. 3 successes on 2 cards. Okay. Well, that was a lot easier than we prepared for. We prepared for something difficult. All right, so we're looking for the shield. We don't find it, but it's a curious copper object in a dresser drawer. This seems like this is going to backfire on us, but it's a little too hard to take this thing. A little too easy to get this. All right, but we did get it. And so we've initiated Britha and the Shield of Innocence, but we haven't developed a bad reputation. We didn't get some, that would have been the worst. All right, and we can go back to this guy and give it to him if we want, unless we chicken out. All right, well, that was a nice, cheap, easy thing to do. And we've got our full hand now. All right, we're going to stick with our thing to not perform, even though we still have this card. I'm tempted to go back and do her performance. Let's do the performance. 1 card to walk. I'm going to throw away skillful since it's about climbing. We don't need that anymore. We're going to let this woman perform. This is, we're going to be nice. This is the wrong woman to take, but we're going to take her anyway, just to give her some fun. She's not good at performing. I'm doing it. I'm taking her. So we only need 3 successes. If we fail, we're going to lose an influence. That's not the worst thing in the world. We're doing this performance card. Where's the hand counter? We're doing this performance card here. So any cape or arcane gives us up to 2 successes. Then we'd only need to get 1 on our own. However, we can only keep 1 card. But we could generate 2 successes with this. We just need to get 1 on our own. No one else can help us. We can't take her. And its performance. No one else. What about focused? Choose 1 card from the discard pile and or your action deck, add it to your hand. So we could actually succeed with focused if we need to, which we might do. Or we could even use, no, this we would have to declare. Oh, purse we'd have to declare too. All right, let's just do it. So I'm going to take, we need 1 whole star on 1 card. I'm going to take 3 cards, hope to get 1 whole star. Okay, well, there's a star. So we got 3 whole stars, a bit wasteful. However, if I use this, I should have thought of, oh, wait, we can do it. We can do it. Look at that. So 1 success with our stars, and then 1, 2 arcane gives us 2 more. So that's our 3 success here without having to spend I guess we do have to spend this card, but we don't have to spend this card. We spend this from our hand to turn these two into 2 successes, max 2. And that's our 3 successes. She got to perform even though she didn't do anything. I guess she was so busy performing that she couldn't help us with this. All right, that actually worked out about as well as you could have hoped. I hope you're happy. Jaleria, now let's read how your performance went. 312. All right. We did a good deed. This girl is so happy that we let her perform. I feel better about myself. All right, let's see what it says. She says, this is her singing or talking on stage. And so ended the reign of the infamous Worm Master. As the crowd applauds, an elegantly dressed woman approaches you. Opportunities, this is her talking. Opportunities for entertainment are rare. Take this and thanks. Take 149 card. Or 2 149s if we have artist. Look at this. Artist. Look at that. She gave us, it did pay to bring her. How cool is that? She gave us 2 149s. Now, look what it says. If you took 5 or more successes into account, plus 2 influence. If you took only 3 or 4 successes into account, plus 1 influence and taken 99. Okay, so this is the first time we should remember this. This is the first time that we've read a dialogue that has us check how well we succeeded. Something to keep in mind. Okay, well, we only got 3 successes, but we are still going to up our influence. So doing this actually increased our influence 1. So we're up to 18. We're almost maxed out. I don't think there's any rule what happens if you get over. You don't get some benefit. We can't take a 99. There's no more left. But that was very fun and very, very thematic that this woman actually brought home 2 little presents for us. Let's see what she brought. What did you bring us? She brought us a flute, very appropriate that our musician brought home a flute, but it's barter, that's good. What else did you bring home? A gambler's boon. Well, I mean, you can't ask for too much more from her, right? They're both good barters. This is a useful die rolling barter, but it's also something that someone wants for one of our side missions. So, and they don't weigh anything. You did good. You did good, Jalria. You did good. No complaints. All right, let's get out of this town. So we move back here. We take a card into our hand. We move here. We take a card. It's our reflex card. That's our first time we've drawn this. Let's see what it says. Immediately after this is revealed, you may discard cards from your hand in order to take into account the class successes. Okay, useless. Okay. And then we move here. What about 322? I mean, this place here. Did I already throw away a card for this? We've already done this. 322. Did we did it once. Can you do it again? There are other cards for this. Jonathan says, check Jesse. You can give the gambler boon to the lady on the way out of town. She's on the peninsula card right outside of town. What am I going to do about this? 322. So, did we not draw that? Shall we do this again? This may be some other... I'm a little bit nervous about this and a little bit confused. So yes, we'll save the carrot to get to the lady, but what about this? I mean, we looked in here. I feel like... I'm a little... there are more 322s in the box, but they're gold. And I feel like, did something go wrong? Let me just... Did we banish a 322? Is that what happened? Yes, we banished. So a 322, we encountered this. We observed them for a while. We did that. So now that this is gone, though, I guess we can observe them for some more. A little nervous about this. Should I do this again? I guess I should. Don't we want to see what it's all about? Several people worked the land where the houses of nobles once stood. Similar plots have been set up in different parts of the town. If that noble is here, he's going to get it. You're watching the peasants work when an explosion surprises everyone. The farmers drop their tools, rush to the aid of one of their companions, who's screaming and holding his leg. We could just walk away. Or we could try to help. Unfortunately, we don't have our medical cards with us. Well, I don't think we're going to be able to help this person, but we could do a good deed. What do you think, Jonathan? You want to stay around in town and try to help these people? Or do you want to... Or do we just leave this? This is, yeah, I guess it's a temporary card. All right, let me see what Jonathan wants to do. If Jonathan wants to help this person, we'll help this person. If Jonathan says, F this town, let's get out of here. We have spent enough time. We'll come back and deal with this later. Let's leave it. Come back after we've have medical card. Okay, so there's an explosion and we're like, no big deal. So this is a weird card because I guess this would go away. We could do it again. It doesn't really say. This is a very weird card. Like, it's temporary. Okay. There's another 322. Should I look at that? Let's just leave it. We don't care enough about this town. We're moving on. All right, so we move here. I don't think I drew a card for that. I'm not sure. We put that out. We can keep this card if we want. It's a hunt and trap and sneak. Not worth it. I don't remember what's here, but I don't think we want it. So we spend one more card. We leave up here. Don't care about that. All right, now, did you say, oh, here we have the two stalls. We can steal from them, or we could barter. So we now have barterable stuff. So if we wanted to, we could shop here. We do have that flute. Two cards. I feel like we don't really want to sell our barter stuff for items. I don't think we want to do this, right? Jonathan says the lady with the carrots outside, because that barter, we don't have equipment we want to buy. We'd rather save the barter stuff to barter with someone that's important. Although he could have carrots to sell. All right, let's just get out of here. So 253 to leave. I don't think this puts us right outside, though. This puts us at the bridge, but it's easy to get back there. Okay, 253. Past the ramparts, you can see the cobbled road that leads into the heart of the collapsing lands. Okay, so this is if we wanted to leave. You could have stayed a little longer to enjoy the city's delights, but duty calls. Return all the cards on the board and in the past. Put a 167 into play, and each player puts their figures onto it. So, if I'm right, 167 isn't really the place with the lady. Yeah, see, 167 is here, but we can just walk across to the bridge and then we get to the lady. It's a weird thing. Okay. So we're going to leave here, right? There's nothing. Oh, no. Before we leave, didn't we want to do this to get our free luck? 347, or is that card already gone? 347. There's a gold 347. So we're doing this. Next to a pen occupied by some quadrupeds is a shed from which a concert of cackling can be heard. You take a look to discover some chickens. So the last time we went here to wait, oh, I see. I can't do that. Sorry, that's wrong. That's wrong. That's a mistake on my part. This item's already out. That's why this is preventing us from doing this again. Okay, so if we want to, we can do this 1 and 0 because we have a sack of grain, and that gets us good luck. So I'm just going to take one card. That's our 1 and 0 of our gift card. It's first aid, but it's too late. That guy's leg is blown off. But we could go get that back if we wanted to with one of our cards some other time. Oh, look at this. I want to show you something that we've never used before. We did this test. Draw one card, 0 successes. And we got this first aid, which is kind of a cool card because we may have to heal people soon. Look at what we have in our hand. We've never used this. We could use this card in order to keep this card in our hand if we wanted to. I wonder. But we're not going to be healing anyone that soon. So I'm not going to take advantage of it. Okay, so we get a 154. The horse is happy to see us. And what does he give us? He gives us a lucky, which is a guaranteed success if we need it. All right. On our way, on our way, on our way. And you could do this as many times as you wanted, but there's no more 154s, so there'd be no point. All right, and now we leave. All right, so now it's not really the time for a break, but we might as well take a 5-minute break so you get, well, I mean, not take a break. I'm just going to put these cards away. It's not going to be an official break so that we keep our system, but you get up and leave. You should feel free to get up and leave. We'll be back in a few minutes after I put all these cards away. You don't have to sit here with me while I do this. But maybe we'll just chat about the other things. But feel free to get up and leave and refresh your tea. So we can go to the merchant, give him back this shield. It seems like it could all backfire on us, but if we bothered to steal it, I don't know why we wouldn't return it. Oh, I should have taken a photo of this. I'm going to take a photo. This is one of the more important things in this game. It'll be quick. You know what I could do? I'll tell you what I'm going to do to save us some time. These would normally be shuffled back in, but I don't need to do that now because we're not going to go back into Cal, and if we are, I'll just take them from this deck. So you don't have to sit with me while I put these away. I'll lay them out and take a picture of the map later. But I do have to put these cards in the past, these generic cards, back. However, there's very few of them, so this will be quick. I'll put this out with that. And this is the card we're leaving on. Okay, so this will be quick, actually. And these are all cards that aren't going to matter for us. I'll just put, in fact, none of these cards really have to be sorted back because they're all cards that are just from inside a village. So we don't really need these. I'm going to leave these out there. Okay, that's fine. Now we leave. We put a 167 into play, which is here. That's a 0-0 cost. Done. All right, I told everyone to go take a break. All 6 viewers, including me. That's 5 viewers, maybe. Okay. Now, Jonathan wanted to give this lady her carrot. To do that, we actually have to go back into Kel. And then right back out again. But how many carrots does she want? I wonder if we should do that now. You know what? Let's not do it. She wants a whole bunch of carrots, doesn't she? Where's my note? This lady... Where is she? Bring 3 Gambler's Boon to the merchant to complete. So we only have 1 carrot. It doesn't weigh anything. We can keep it with us forever. Why not keep it with us and give us the flexibility to barter it and use it for emergency? It doesn't, there's no benefit to bringing her 1, I don't think. 182 is her thing. Let me just read it and see if it sounds like she's going to give us something each time we bring her 1. She's not going to give us something each time. We might as well wait till we have 3. She says, when you have given 3 Gambler's Boons to the merchant and 3 boxes have been checked, then it's initiated. So I don't think there's much point going through the trouble to give her 1 carrot. I mean, we could take a look at her while we're here. We have bartered away a carrot before, Jonathan says. Are we ever going to keep 3? But that's like the old thing where you don't let yourself have a choice because you're afraid that we'll do something. I mean, let me just take... I wouldn't mind just looking at her, refreshing our memory about her. That's the guy who wants us to come in. It's too much trouble. We're not going to do the one. We'll bring her a carrot next time we come to Kel. We're going to be back at Kel. So off we go on our quest. Where is our map? Where do we want to go next? Jonathan, you ready to give this guy that? Are you ready to bring this guy that thing that we stole? I'm a little nervous, but it's here. And along the way, it passes this place that I'm curious about and this place that I want to swim to, that we're carrying this maritime card for the only for that. So let's head right to that. We'll do these things and we'll return this thing and see what bad thing happens to us. Here we go. So we want to go straight up. Our mission is clear. Straight up. Here we go. It's free for us. You'd rather go on your way, discard this. Otherwise, we can talk to this person. I mean, we do have stuff to barter with. That carrot. But, all right, let's talk to this guy. I feel like we should soon start passing people. Should we just pass this guy up? We've got stuff to barter. We're just going to pass this guy up. Discard this. I'm just going to pass this guy up. We got stuff to do. We don't have time to talk to every person. This is like some person walking down the street says, "Hey, buddy, let me talk to you." You say, "No, you've got something important. You just say it. Don't make me walk over to you to hear what you want to ask me and pretend you lost your gas money." Okay. 68. Plateau is covered with a multitude of large reddish splashes. We've been here before. Okay. Here we are. We're going to walk onto here. One card. Astute. Reveal the top five cards. You can add one of these to your hand. Shuffle the rest. I mean, that's a nice card. I guess I'd rather have that than consider. Okay, now we need to shuffle back life. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so now we're down to 20 health. When we get near 11, do we have an emergency still? Yes, we do have an emergency 10, so we're okay. Okay. All right. Now, I'll tell you what else we should do. Let us spend a glimmer of hope. I think what we should do, spend a glimmer of hope to unblock this card. It's a nice card. You know what? No. Let's unblock it when our action deck is small and we need it because we can know what we're getting. All right, but soon let's use that. All right, so there we go. Now we're going to spend 3 cards to do this walk action. Oh, sorry, no, it's not time for that. This should be here. Okay, so it's a level 3 exploration here. Okay. We can still walk onto that for free. Let's see what we got. Ugh, creature. So we can throw him some food to avoid fighting him. But I don't know. Will we need that food for other things? Wow, he's hard to beat, isn't he? But what is a 151? It's a Vorwace. We could throw away our food just to get rid of him. I guess I'd be inclined to do that. Pay the food toll when we have it. Yeah, I'm inclined to do that because it's not a barter item, although sometimes people take it. it seems like, unless the 151s are some really good cards, what did we write down about what a 151 is? 151, oh, it's a blessing. Our 151s are blessings. 151 is this Unleashed card. It's not very useful. Okay, here you go. Take your food and go. Take your food and go. Hope you're happy. Next time we're going to kill you. We've got good weapons now. Next time we're going to kill him, but for now we don't need to mess with it. Okay. 238. We've got stuff to do. We don't have time to mess with him. And before I draw 238, I'm just going to look at this card to make sure it's not quest specific. We talked to those people. Yeah, that card's all banished. That's gone. Okay, here's our 238. And it's Kel's Column, a monument once erected. So that's Kel's Column. That's Kel's Column. Keep that in mind. All right, so now, the last time we were here, I really wanted to go look at it, but we were scared that we were running low on health. So now we're going to look at it. 224. It takes a card to spend. We don't get to keep it. 224. Let's see what Kel's Column is all about. I believe we had something that told us if you could see Kel's Column on a feather card, something happens. Okay, this is new to us. This is an epic two-part scenario of exploring. The monumental column identically resembles the one depicted on the city-state's coat of arms. Building it must have involved huge efforts at the time and testifies to the megalomania of the Kellian leaders. Whoa, look at that. Surprisingly, the monument has withstood the conflict. You wonder if Kel did not knowingly divert the course of the burrowers. You may only take the following action if Kel's Column can be seen on a feather card in the world map, and you're not over your weight limit. So, on our world map, if Kel's Column can be seen, so I guess what it's saying is if we had built this card, if we build this card, then whenever we go here, we can return home for free. No, not for free, for 10 cards. F you. 10 cards. Doesn't save us much effort. But it would be a reason to build this feather card. Seems kind of bullshit to me, though, that you still have to pay 10 cards. We certainly don't need it for this scenario. But, you know, that's weird. All right, well, this stays out. No numbers to make it cheaper. I suppose you can at least reduce it if you've got something that lets you reduce the cost. Where's our return card? Return to the Citadel. Oh, I see. It is different. This one is 10 health. This is 10 cards. That's a lot cheaper. Okay, but we can't use this because we don't see the feather. However, we could always take an upgrade, but we can't get it this turn. Okay, let's continue on. We're going to see what we see here. All right, so this here is our fort that I want to swim to. I'm pretty excited about this, actually. Let's hope I don't come to regret it. So first, let's see this. What does this say? It's a waterway. We've never seen this card. If your figure's base... Okay, I haven't even walked here. But look, I already know not to sit on the water. So somehow we're going to assume that I'm already here. I don't know if did I pay? That's a lot of cards to pay. I feel like I paid these 3 to walk here. Because that's a lot of cards. I feel like I did this. Jonathan, did I pay 3 cards to walk onto this space and just forget? I'll pay it later if I haven't. All right, so let's do this. Okay. If your figure's base is not in contact with the waterway, discard this. Otherwise, you have to do this to leap over it, and then you get a card. John says, you definitely started to pay, but you might have backtracked because you hadn't explored it. Well, let's compromise then. I'm going to pay the full 3 cards again. I feel like I paid this already. I feel like I paid this. I'm going to put this here. Someone remembers in the chat, let me know. But then we're going to say that I stood on this thing instead of the waterway, because normally I do. I try to avoid all the bad stuff when I put my guy there. And anyway, we would have gotten a benefit if we succeed. Okay, we're just going to throw this away. We're on our way. These are the discard. I'm going to put these. I'm just going to throw them away. If someone backs up, you can tell me and I'll get these 3 cards back out. So we did that. So now 247 comes out. I'm getting a little bit sloppy. That's what happens when you are at hour 5.5. Okay, this card comes out. And this is the fort. Now let me remind you how insanely we did this, that we built this card, this Mariner card, for little else but to do the very rare water actions. And I don't even remember if that's what this is. All right, I'm walking over here. That's 1 card. We can keep it. It's a rest card. It's tempting to use that. Okay, yes, I'm going to switch it for lock picking because I think we're done with lock picking. And then we're going to use this second wind to take 3 of these cards back into our hand for a rest action. And there's that. Okay. All right, here we go. We're doing it now. We are trying to get into this castle. 293. Let's see if we can do it. Let's see if we remembered right that it's water action. Let's see if it can help us. But now before I take this action, I want to make sure there's nothing else we want to do. Okay, here we go. Jonathan says, Jesse, you started paying 3 cards. You caught yourself, but you didn't pay when walking, so you did have to pay the 3. Okay, you were exactly right. What happened? All right, so good. Well, we caught up. We did pay it, so we're okay. All right, here we go. Now, we have seen this before, but we couldn't do it. Let's hope we can do it now. It seems the only way to reach the building is to swim across. So it is a maritime action. It's 3 cards for 4 successes. And with this card, we can draw 4 less and we get 2 successes. So we don't have to draw any cards, but we still need an extra 2 successes. And no one to help us. All right, just makes it a little cheaper for us though. So for 2 successes, and we can use 3 cards to get 2 successes. That still requires a little bit of effort. I'm going to draw 4 cards because I don't want to get injured. Surely we can generate what we need. I wonder though, is it worth drawing 4 cards, or is this the time to use Lucky to choose 1 card from your discard pile and or action deck to add it to your hand? I'm not going to use that, but I think 2 cards. If I pay this, we only need 1 success. Let's save us 2 cards. No. Okay, I'm going to draw 4. I just need 2 successes on 4 cards. Okay, well, we got our 2 successes. We're allowed to actually use 3 cards, so it's way overkill. We almost did it without the help of the Maritime. That Maritime actually was kind of overkill. Didn't really help us. Wasn't necessary. All that work to get this card, and it really wasn't necessary. Seems like it should have been better than that. All right, well, whatever. Discard this, block this. F you. All right, that was pointless. We didn't need that Maritime, but we did succeed. I probably should have just drawn less cards. Okay, replace it with a 298. Wait, we could have eaten those mushrooms. I guess we don't want to. They're too dangerous for us. Okay, discard this card, replace it with a 298. Well, we made it across. It wasn't that hard. It wasn't that hard. Kind of silly. Part of the building has been swept away by the current. One wing remains accessible, but a chaos awaits you inside. Most of the floors have collapsed, making the search more difficult than expected. Yikes. All right, well, let's see what we got. You can search the surface, but a thorough check will require moving a lot of rubble. So we can do a easy check, which would get us a little barter item, or we do a strength test. We get injured. We get a 50, a 249, and a 361. So the one thing is going to be exhausted or injured. The other card, though, 249, we don't know what it is. 361, we don't know what it is. So those are some pretty good items. But 4 and 6, it's just exhausting, but we can definitely do it. What about, can we use our iron bar to draw less cards and keep 1 more? That doesn't help us that much. But actually, we can generate 2 strength. That's 1. It's not a fight, so we can't use our super weapons. But now is the time where we can use Lucky for a guaranteed success. Where's the hand view? Okay, we can use Lucky for 1 guarantee. I think we should try to do this because it seems so cool. Let's see. So we could use this to grab a card from the discard pile and add it to our hand. Key, rest, strength, no. We do have a strength card, but it's not there. However, we could generate. No, not very useful. Okay, so let's see. How are we going to do this? We could do this. We just have to draw enough cards. This lets us use 5 cards to get 6. That's certainly possible. It would let us draw less, but we probably don't want it. We'll probably get some wild cards. We could generate them if we needed it. We have to bring a companion with us if we want to use sound advice. So I'm going to bring Jailra with us because she should be in a good mood. She'll let us get flags. We don't care. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We can generate 2 successes with our iron bar. Sorry, you can't see the iron bar. We could generate 2 successes with the iron bar if we need to. This lets us draw more cards. So surely we can do this. We're just going to draw the full 5. I guess we can draw 6 cards. 3, 4, 5, 6. With 6 cards, we only need to get 4 successes. If we get lucky here, we won't need to throw away any of these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let's try it. So we've got 1 built-in success here. Here's what we're using. Here we go. Jonathan says, we've been building this for a while. Let's strain ourselves. Yes, okay. I think this should do it for us. Surely we can, surely we will be able to do this with this. Boy, that's a strong card. And we're going to get exhausted, but we can unexhaust. We'll fix it. Okay, here we go. Let's look. Okay, there's already 3 successes on 2 cards. 4, 5, 6. That's it. We've got it by ourselves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 successes on 4 cards. So this is just all overkill. But actually, we couldn't do any better than that with 5 cards. So we get to throw all these away. So, what about symbols? No useful symbols, actually. So we didn't actually come out too much ahead. Here's our 6, plus this was number 7, which we used. And actually, so we didn't exceed it by much, just by 1 star. All right, these all get discarded. This gets returned. 154. She goes home. This doesn't get broken. This is still a good card, that iron bar. Okay, so we succeeded. Pretty fun. We spared no effort. We finally haul a heavy-looking chest from the rubble. Take a 1 card. This is the part I'm not thrilled about. There's a bunch of different 1 cards. I guess 1 for each person. Okay. You're barely able to stand, would not mind resting for a few hours on a straw mattress, no matter how dirty it is. So we're exhausted. Immediately, if you're already exhausted, 6. So look at what this does. It does nothing harmful to you unless you get another exhausted. So exhausted really doesn't do anything to you until you get another exhausted. Then you lose 6 cards. Okay, so we're going to put this out on the table to remember it. We can get rid of it if we can find a way to take a rest. All right, what else do we get? a 50 card. Okay. Let's see what the 50 card brought us. A mysterious sketch. How cool is this? What the heck? That's incredibly cool. Oh, these 50s are books. Oh, this was worth it. If we had thought about that, we should write down that 50s are books. All right, we'll look at this in a second. Just put this off on our booty. I'm going to write down that 50s are small books. All right, what else do we get? A 249. Okay, I feel like we might have seen a 249 before, but there aren't that many. Let's see what we got with our 249. Oh, look at that. 4 flags. And it doesn't weigh anything. Barter fragile. Ouch, that fragile scares me. Like, there are going to be things we do that say break any fragiles. Okay, that's pretty great. Orator's potion. Now we have 2 potions. Probably we should start using these instead of carrying them around indefinitely. All right, and a 361 card. What's that going to be? Okay. You found a single continuous piece of thick metal armor. Perfect to protect yourself, not so much to move around in. So it's 3 weight, cumbersome. We might just drop this super heavy thing. I don't think we can carry a 3 weight. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. We're at 9. So what we could do if we wanted to is drop this armor. Instead of this armor. But I think we should drop the plated armor. There's just no way. There's no way. There's no way we're carrying around 3 weight armor. Do you agree, Jonathan? It's a shame. I just don't see any way we're carrying around this. It's also cumbersome. All right, so it's like we've hauled up this $1,000 armor and back it goes into the water. I feel like there should be some benefit to that, but okay, back it goes. 361. I feel like the least that should if we dig up the armor again, I'm throwing it back and taking a different one. I'm just letting you know. It's actually the only 361 there. Okay. Should I have put it back or should I have thrown it away? Guess I should have thrown it away. We're like, let it sink to the bottom of the river. 361. Okay, well, we're just putting it up, throwing it into the water. All right, and then this card gets banished. You can't do this again. All right, that was pretty fun, actually. And we've got our potion. Now, what's this mysterious sketch? The book, an autobiography written several cycles ago by a waterbank ship owner, is absolutely insipid except for a passage where it mentions a secret thanks to which the author would have continued to prosper until his retirement, hidden where no burrower can come and dislodge it. It awaits the day when a successor will appropriate. On the next page, a sketch has been drawn. Take a card whose number is equal to the number on your terrain card plus 4 if available. If it's not the right card, return it. So we have to find this. This is so wonderful. All right, so we have to find this landscape, and when we do, we can climb up this thing and see if it's the treasures there. So you have to keep your eye open for this. Otherwise, it stays. It looks like a cliff that you have to climb up with trees at the top of the cliff. Maybe the crevice. All right, that is very fun. And it's a book card, so it just stays with us. And then we also have this potion. Pretty fun stuff, which we can also barter away, I might add. All right, so now we are going to head out to the, we've only got 20 life, so we don't have too much room to spare. Okay, so a 4 card is here. Now we're down, our hand is not so great. It would be nice, and we're exhausted. It would be nice to get more cards, but hopefully we can defeat this with our limited hand. Okay, so we know what this is. This is the arcane magic. If we have a limbic, something triggers. Otherwise, 349 and discard it. 349 is the arcane magic, which we have all of those cards are from. So this is just a waste for us. But we need to get rid of it if we want to move on. There are mushrooms here too. The mushrooms make us feel relaxed and stuff. I guess we should try to eat them because we have luck, so we can, that we have nothing to do with. So I guess it makes sense to eat them and then use our luck to get more health. Okay, take a 221, choose one of them. Okay. I'll try to do this quickly though, since this is not really necessary for us. Okay, so here's 221. It's too late already. Take a 13 card, so this is poisonous. Okay, here's our 13. We're jinxed. We're going to spend a glimmer of hope. It's okay, because we have a bunch of glimmers of hope. I'm spending a glimmer of hope to reveal a new card. Lady Luck is on our side, and we get our glimmer back. So it was a total wash. Our fortune teller hut came in handy again. If it's on our side, take a 49. There are no more 40. Oh, yes, there are. So we paid a glimmer, we got a glimmer, and now we get another glimmer. Okay, that's fine. No big deal, not important, but it does make sense with the fortune teller hut, it seems, to eat the mushrooms. Doesn't matter. This is gone into the past. And now I guess we don't want to just leave this out because there's no benefit to leaving it out, and it's where we want to go, right, Jonathan? According to our map, we want to go, actually, we want to go right and up. We've got stuff to explore here that we've never fully explored. We might as well eat. No. Let's leave it. Let's be smart. We'll leave it. We should feel free to use our arcane magic. And then, since we have to go up anyway, we might as well do this one. So here's 4. I'm going to flip this. Downers, these plant creatures spread their fronds near water sources to drag their prey into the water and drown them. It's evasive too. Whoa, this is an expensive fight if you lose. We can't afford to lose any of these. That's okay. We're going to murder this thing. But maybe I should have taken the easy way to walk. All right, so evasive. During each draw step, for every 3 cards you draw, lose 2 extra cards. This is kind of expensive, this battle. But let's see if we can't just kill this thing. It's a fight. So we could iron bar. We could overkill with our arcane, because we're going to be able to get a new arcane right now. So we might as well start using this, but maybe we should use it. I'll use one of these, but we should use our potions and stuff, I guess. Here's our other potion. Acrobat's potion. So let's see. I suggest we... Where's my hand? Let's not belabor this too much. Okay, let's kill this in one whack using our magic. And what, it's evasive. We ignore 2 successes. Is that right? We ignore 2 successes. Ignore 2 successes. That's what evasive does. That means we've got to do... No, for every 3 cards you draw, for each 3 cards you draw, you have to draw an extra card. So it'd be nice to avoid that. So we could definitely use this to kill one of them. I just wonder if we shouldn't save it for that last step. Succeed, keep a card, go down to... No, we should, I guess we should use it now. We're going to use it now or later. We're either going to use it now or on that last step. So let me just see. This, draw 3 less, 1 more. Let's just use it now. Let's just go through this quickly. We're using this now because this is kind of free for us because we're right near a place where we can refill this. So I'm just going to use this and one of our arcane energies. During the consequence, roll a die, anything but a 6, return it. We really don't care. So this should do 5 damage. It's overkill on him. I just wonder, sorry, I'm overthinking this, but we can definitely use this. Maybe on the last step would make more sense. And then if on this step, we use the sword, draw 2 cards, and then this would get us 2 more. So we'd only have to get 1. This would let us keep 2. We might even get lucky. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to draw 2 cards. We can avoid drawing 3 cards. We would draw less. 2 cards. I'm afraid I gotta draw 5. I gotta lose 2 cards. Just trying to think if it's worth... Okay, I'm gonna draw 3 cards. We can use 2 of them. And then unfortunately I have to lose 2 more. This may be overkill. But okay, so there's the sword with 3. Okay, so unfortunately, with 2 cards, we've just got 1 success. We can use 2 cards, but it doesn't help us much. 1 success. We need 2 more, but we can use this wild card and this wild card to generate 2 more successes. So that's that. Kind of painfully inefficient thing. But we keep our sword. We lose these cards. We got our success. We get to keep one of them and drop the die down to. So the die was here. We did 3 damage. So now it goes down to here where there's 4. We get to keep 2 of these cards, which is good. Not the card I spent, though. I'm going to keep this card, and I'm going to keep the healing card in case we have to do some healing. Okay, then these go away. And now I'm using this thing and this thing. We'll just do this quickly. Still says we have to draw 2 cards. I wouldn't mind something that lets us draw less, but it's all weapons. None of our armor lets us, or our people. Wait, no, change that. No, we can't use 2 weapons. Okay, that's fine. So we're using this weapon with arcane magic to do 5 damage, which just kills this. Forces us to draw 2 cards, though. Draw 2 cards. We don't get to keep any. They go away. This, we still have to see if this breaks. But the arcane energy is returned. That's okay. We're going to get it back. This gets killed. Take a 151. Let's just do that. So we got Unleashed, which is pointless. Although it is a blessing card. Now we have to see if this breaks. If this breaks, it's going to be painful. So on a 1, oh, it doesn't break. It just blocks. I guess that is breaking. So that was a 4. That's fine. Okay, that's a nice weapon. I like it. Okay, well, we killed this thing. That was a bit of effort. I apologize for the slowdown. That's the way it works. You can't, I mean, maybe I should have just, well, okay, so, but now, wait a second. We actually were supposed to generate 2 of these for free. That was the whole point. What was the thing I used to do that first fight? Where was my sword? Okay, the sword wanted fists, so maybe it wouldn't make a difference. All right, never mind. We may have to head back soon, though. All right, so 269. 269. Here's our 269 card. All right, now we walk into here. That costs us 3. 1, 2, 3. We can keep 2 of these. We've got a climbing. I'll keep that. And maybe we'll take smooth talking because we have to engage that guy. But actually, we've got someone who's good at that. Okay, I'll take climbing. Yes, okay. We're trying to be quick here. All right, so we're on this card now. To the right of us should be our merchant. Do you want to harvest the energy first? Yes, thank you. So I paid to walk on there, but before we do, we're going to harvest this energy. Thank you. That was the whole point of that nonsense. So there was the harvest of the energy. We knew we were going to get that right back. Good. Thank you, Jonathan. That goes away. And now, actually, We could walk onto this one instead if we preferred. But it doesn't really matter. They're both the same. Why is there no 293 card? What? How did that go wrong? Oh, that's the castle. It's 302. That's here. Okay, so here's the other route we could take. This is all stuff we were scared to do, actually. So I'm going to take these 3 walk cards back and then put ourselves back here. We are going to walk, but let's decide which direction we want to go. So there's purple there. And remember, we just learned about the... Oh, did we? Yeah, we just learned about the Fugacia. It's to get rid of exhausted, which we are. So, assuming we agree that that is Fugacia, which it is, we looked at the stone tower, says Jonathan, this one, but not sure about the stuff on that card before. Okay, but let's get rid of our exhausted. So instead, we're going to spend 3 to go over here. There's our 3. And we are now going to use the Fugacia, Faglancia, to eat this purple stuff and throw away the exhausted. Take a 153. That's pretty cool. That didn't cost us anything. Take a 153, huh? 153 is in shape. That's good. All right. And now the Fugancia we keep with us. That's pretty fun. Okay, now Jonathan says we did already look at this. Nothing good? That was that where the crocodile and stuff bit us? So maybe we don't need to do that, but we do want to go to our guy right above is the merchant. So here we go. We definitely didn't do this stuff. We were too scared. And I don't think I think we did do this river. And it was just scary creatures. So let's go over here and do our merchant. The tower draws the eroded stuff. Well, that's interesting. Maybe that's one of those cards where we have to get a yellow out. But we might as well look here first. Okay. In the middle of the stream, rodents have made a pile of branches and garbage. One of them scurries away when it sees you. You think you recognize the cover of a book. Oh, we could get a book if we had our maritime card, which we don't. There's no... Oh, I'm sorry. It's an easy thing to pass. It just costs us energy. It's a double-sided book. Jonathan, I think we should do this. It costs us energy, but it's a double-sided book. Like our carrot was. Unfortunately, we have nothing to make it... Wait a minute, what about the focus? Hold on a second. Look! This is the perfect card for this. Look! 4 less cards. This is exactly what we need here. We only need 1 success. Rather than drawing 5 cards, let's just draw... Let's just draw... We still need to guarantee a success. So it's not going to help us that much. It'd be nice if we could combine that with an instant success, and then we wouldn't have to draw any. Your unleashed strength or ignore. I just don't want to draw. All right, I'm not going to use this. It's not worth it for 2 cards. We save it for something important. I'm going to draw all 5 cards. Because the best I can do is save us 2 cards by using that. I feel like it's better to use that to get rid of a weakness. All right, so I'm going to draw all 5. It's kind of... All right, we're doing it. We want that book. All right, so kind of crazy. We would have... Well, we could have easily gotten 3 cards and not succeeded. Okay. All right, so we succeeded. Take a 13 card. We still have to try our luck, but we have glimmers, so that's not the worst thing if we get unlucky. Okay, we want that book. So it's a bad jinx. We're going to throw away a glimmer, which is not so bad, to draw again. We're jinxed again. We're going to throw away another glimmer to draw again. And now we finally got lucky. So that cost us a bunch of our glimmers, but that's why we built that fortune teller hut, so we could be in control of our destiny. So we uncovered a book, a 449, which are these expansion double-sided books. Jonathan says, good luck, good call to use focus. Boy, this is a serious episode. I wish we could choose our book, but we can't. Okay, I'm just going to pick one randomly. Take a card. If you're jinxed, it wasn't. Okay, we got it. But we would get a 151 if we failed. Okay, let's see what book we got. Whoa, this is a crazy looking book. Look what we got, Jonathan. A monster manual. Only part of the book is still readable. The rest of the pages have been charred by the flames. All right, let's read our book here. It's got information, and then we're done with this. Discard this. Okay, it's got information on 2 creatures. The crystal tord, an amphibian with a particularly resistant skin covered with tapered crystals. Whoa, we encountered these. They were very hard to beat. Living in humid areas, it can be aggressive when it feels threatened. It's very sensitive to high-pitched sounds, capable of cracking its crystalline carapace. Research conducted by the Plans and Mechanisms Guild has helped determine how these creatures manage to reproduce without injuring themselves, but this will be the subject of another book dedicated to the reproduction of endemic species. And an Aberok says, a nocturnal herbivore with a thick hide living in the mountains. Unaffected by the cold, it has strong dominant instincts, repelling the creatures that penetrate its territory with its powerful legs. Repelling the creatures. Its flesh is so tough that it is inedible and thus dissuades predators from attacking it. Be careful not to upset it, as it will show its displeasure by kicking its dung around with its hooves. Once tamed, they make excellent draft animals, despite their slowness, and can pull the heaviest loads thanks to their exceptional strength. Sounds like a way to get a helper. All right, let's look at what this actually does now. It says, while many of the creatures in this bestiary have disappeared since the appearance of the burrower, some of this information could one day save your life. So when you're fighting, during the first gear up step, take luck. If his luck is on your side, a detail you read in the monster manual comes back to mind. Lower the die's value by 2 and take a 150. In every fight we have, we can get lucky and reduce the die by 2 and take a 150. And the 150 is a blessing of sorts, right? 150, is it? 150 is focused. That's terrific. These books are amazing. On every fight, now we have to remember this though, on every fight, we could do this. That's pretty good for us, especially with our good luck. Although you have to spend health to do it. I like that. That could have us skip a whole step. All right, that was fun. I forgot how we got that out. Doesn't matter. 296 comes out. We should take a break, yeah? Okay, so that comes out. That's our traveling hut with our merchant that may bite us when we try to give him this thing we stole. Oops. Right there. Come on. All right, well, let's take a break. We've been playing for 6 hours. We're going to have to figure out a strategy here. We only have 20 health. We may just do this and then sort of circle back and head home. Even though we don't need to, we can keep that Hope Reborn and use it as an upgrade rather than keep playing. I feel like we might be able to get another 5 hours of exploring if we wanted to, but maybe it makes sense to end this session within the next hour. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay. We're back. I was thinking that when it's just me and Jonathan playing, I can turn on the thing that shows Jonathan's chat on the main screen while we play. Let me just look at this for a second. Toggle auto. This is my little plugin here. Now, I normally don't use this except if I'm doing live Q&A stuff. I don't know if this is going to work. You know what? Remind me also, Jonathan, I can add a feature so that you can put that when I think I should add a feature that when you say the check thing, in addition to the light coming up, it could, let's see, I have to turn this on. Okay. In addition to the light coming up, I can have it show it on the screen. Normally, I don't have it automatically showing messages because it would just be too much, but I can see it's keeping this last message on the screen a little long. So it may not actually work for us. I'm going to turn it off, but I'm going to add a feature. I'm going to add a feature next time to let you put something on the screen, or maybe I can just reduce the time it stays up. All right, we'll worry about that another time. Let's get down to business here. All right, so we've revealed this place above us. Jonathan says that in this tower, it's another one of those symbols. I'm not going to read this card. I just want to see if there's a gold version. There isn't. Jonathan says this is one of those Stonehenge things. But is there some reason why we keep seeing these Stonehenges? I don't remember if there's any other reason to do them. All right, let's not mess around. There is someplace new I want to go here. But let's go up here. So we're going on the singing lane. I'm walking up there. That's one card. We could keep this if we wanted to. It's a fight card. I'm not sure. Well, sure. Let's keep a fight card. I'm going to keep this. Although, no, I really want to use this card. All right, I'm just going to do this. We're not going to be doing too much more fighting here. All right, here we go. We're going to talk to this guy in this hut. Let's make sure. Looks like there's lots of sheep around. Let's make sure that he's not some dangerous, scary magician that's going to... When he hears that we stole this, I don't know if he's going to be happy. Okay, so 3:30. Here we are. We have to spend one card for this action. We're now out of cards. So we're going to have to use some of our remaining health, but let's... Oh, 3:30. Why am I looking in here? All right, here we go. We're going to negotiate with this guy. Caravan covered in arrow slits. 3 powerful bullocks are gazing. All right, this guy's a little scary, to be honest. We have to have influence of 8. It's not that he's scary. It's that we don't know if we've done something evil by bringing him this shield. The vehicle's door is reinforced with metal plates and a huge lock. You admire it for a moment before knocking. You think you notice furtive movement through one of the arrow slits. And then we have enough influence, so we get to talk to him and read 228. Discard this? No, this just stays out. Okay, here we go. It's a little nerve-wracking that we've stolen this thing from him that we don't know what it is. That's like a bad feeling, but here we go. We've almost come too far to turn back. That's kind of how I feel. A shaggy head appears in the doorway, glancing around. Are you the one coming from Nindazer's Citadel? Come in. Oh, he's friendly. The interior of the caravan is plush, decorated with objects each more curious than the next. My name is Ryapone. I think it's a good sign that he's telling us his name. If I were an insect, I would be a ladybug. That's worrying me a little bit. The reference to unveiler ladybugs is not lost on you. So he definitely wants this magical shield of innocence that we're bringing him. I was just looking for someone for a mission of the utmost importance. He says, timing is perfect. We read this before. He wants the shield of innocence. He claims it belongs to his grandfather. I'm a little nervous about it, but we have stolen it from him. So let's see. If it's initiated and you are in his caravan, banish the card that enabled you to read this dialogue and read 241. Okay, so we've brought him back the shield. So this gets banished. And we read 241. We've decided to bring it back to him. Let's hope we don't regret it. Are we going to get like a whole bunch of the 99s that we can't use? That would be unfortunate. Okay, here we go. This is exciting. You hand the Shield of Innocence to Ryapone, who holds it up to admire it. Ah, beautiful. A real masterpiece. This chastity belt for men, created in time by the Machinists Guild, is a marvel of mechanics. He puts down the precious relic with infinite care and casts his gaze over the weapons in a rack. Which piece from my collection shall I reward you with? Check the finish box of it. Take 299. So we missed out on 2 Hope Reborns by doing this now. Jonathan told us to be careful of this. We should have thought about that and not, well, we didn't know. We thought something bad might happen. So, you know, you can't be too mad. All right, so we got an influence. We're up to 19 now. We're almost maxed out. 299s, which we can't take. That's a waste. Take a 300. All right, well, there are some 300s. I don't know what the 300 cards are. There's a whole bunch of them. They might be very powerful weapons. If it's not available, take it 299. Okay, so nothing much happened to us, really. He wasn't evil. Nothing bad happened as we feared it might. And we finished box of Britha. All right, well, let's see what we got for our 300. We probably won't be able to carry it. It'll be too heavy. Whoa, look at that crazy thing. It is a 2-weight object. Is it identical to this? No, it actually is an improvement for us. It's actually a non-trivial improvement. It's a non-trivial improvement. Why is it a non-trivial improvement? It's a non-trivial improvement in every way. Look how amazing this card we just got is, Jonathan. This might be the strongest card we've ever seen. The strongest weapon card we've ever seen, and for us especially. First of all, it does 1 more damage if you use arcane energy. But second of all, it uses the symbols we have a lot of. Third of all, it lets us draw less cards. Fourth of all, it doesn't block. It's completely reliable. it's not cumbersome. Jonathan says, you were right to steal the chastity belt, Jesse. Thank you for acknowledging that. The only downside of it, it weighs the same. The only slight downside is it has a secondary tag, which just means we can't combine it with a secondary helper weapon. But this is actually really good for us. And we have someone who can generate these symbols. So, yeah, that's pretty good. So I guess I suggest we just drop this. Because we're overweight with both of them. And there's no point to having both. I mean, there might be a point. We might lose one. But if we don't drop this, we have to drop something that we do kind of want. All right, so we're just going to drop the old amazing weapon and keep the new one. That is amazing. That was very fun. Another side mission accomplished. All right, so look, we have no cards left. So I'm going to have us pay for more cards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if we pay 9, that drops us down to 11 health. Just one more than we need to get home. However, we do have Hope Reborn. So we could use that. You could argue that maybe I shouldn't have spent it all. Oh, but it was 2. No, we could do half of it, I suppose. Allow ourselves to get injured and still go home. Maybe I'll give ourselves a couple health. I'll give ourselves 2 back to give ourselves room to get wounded a little bit. I mean, we have a Hope Reborn, so in an emergency, we can absolutely use our Hope Reborn to give ourselves life. So we're not really at risk of dying, but it would be nice if we're almost dead to still have that Hope Reborn upgrade. Jonathan says, this is an odd world where there are a lot of discarded mystical weapons and armor laying around. There really are. It really feels like there should be some way to benefit from those. But in a way, it's kind of like self-balancing that there isn't. But boy, that weapon we just got is amazing. That was a 300. Let's write down that the 300s are amazing weapons. Although I'm not sure we need another one. It's just that that weapon is so good for us. The fact that it uses the symbols we have lots of. Okay. So we have 13 health plus 10 if we need it. So we really have 23. We need to spend 10 to get home. Although we can walk home now, we know this route. So let's look at our map here, Jonathan, and decide what we want to do. It's actually not so hard for us to walk home cheaply. We don't need 10 health to walk home. Not at all. So on our list of things to explore before we head back, I know we're ready to wrap up soon, but we're right up here. Where are we, actually? We're right here in the... Where are we? Here. We're in the center. There, let me undo this. We've done this. You're looking at this, right? Okay. So here we are. And home is straight west. Straight west. And we're home. So that won't take us 10 health to walk that, which is good. But now We have not explored up from here. This is a new area for us. This is new for us here. New. We were all scared when we got here. And then not only that, but we ran through a couple of these areas without doing anything because we were so scared. So I'm inclined to head home, but I wonder if we shouldn't, like, explore some of these things that we were too scared to do. Feels a waste to be going home with spare energy. The sickness woman is up here. We actually have medical stuff in our hand. That's pretty good. We've got a first aid right here that could be used to help this woman. Pretty strong first aid too. So we could head over to her and help her get a little progress on that quest. I guess that's what I would suggest we do. I guess I would suggest that we're here. What if we go here, examine this, here, examine this, here, then head up and help this woman. She's almost on her way home. What do you think about that, Jonathan? While we're there, we can actually look in here and expand our map a little bit. Jonathan says, if we walk home, though, we have to draw all those fog cards that could have mandatory challenges. You've got a very good point about that. That's a very good point. Okay, so we should count on having to use our 10 health, but we still have 10 health. All right, let's I think this is still a reasonable plan. Head left. It'd be nice to try to cure her and make a little progress. Jonathan says, if you want to try and head to the sick village, but we could run into mandatory challenges, so I don't think we have an abundance of energy. We might just want to cash in the Hope Reborn. Okay, let's agree to this. Let's use that Hope Reborn as an upgrade rather than prolong our exploration phase. So we'll go until we're almost out of life, and then we'll use our Return to the Citadel for 10 life, and then we'll keep the Hope Reborn to use as an upgrade rather than to give ourselves more time here. I think that's a good compromise. All right, so I'm going to walk over this bridge, which is 1 card, and we could keep it if we wanted to. That's the fast action, but you can't carry, and you have to go to a place that you've already been. So we're not doing that. Okay, and now while we're here, we have already looked up above, but I don't think we've done this 278 card, which does look a little dangerous, but I'm sort of curious to see what it's about. You decide to take a shortcut over the rocks. Oh, we could get wounded. I forgot that. Well, we do have our own health. Okay, let's see what we got here. You're stopped by metallic squeaking emanating from a crevasse. You carefully bend down and discover a strange creature made of half glass and half copper, which is stuck in a crack from which it's trying in vain to free itself. So we do have our iron bar, which is used for strength. We don't need it, though, really. We're not weak. We can draw as many cards as we want. But it would be a piece of alembic that we have to carry back with us. We don't really want this alembic, do we? But we don't want this alembic because we don't want to have to carry it back with us. We don't know what to do with it. It'd be nice to discover a new alembic, but not at this cost. So I think we're just going to write down that we know where to find an alembic piece. 278 is an alembic. This is the first time we found an alembic not in an exploration, so this is kind of important for us. Because now we know where we could do it. Now, there are a couple of 278 cards, but maybe 278 is an alembic in the Northeast. Okay, so we're just going to pass this guy up. We can succeed at this if we wanted to. I assume 587 is an alembic piece. It's just the creature, right? We have to carry it around with us. I don't think that gives us any benefit. We've never brought an alembic back to the Citadel. What happens if you bring an alembic back to the Citadel? Nothing, right? Banish it, though. I don't know. Is this different than the other alembics, Jonathan? Is this different than the other alembics? I hate to leave this squeaky guy. I feel bad for him. There'll be a lot of cards to get him, just if it's going to be one of our normal ones. All right, we're just going to leave him. We'll come back for you. We know where you are. We'll come back for you. That's the way to think of it. We know where you are. We'll come back for you. We actually could look in there again, but why? We don't want to risk dying. That would be crazy. We know there's an alembic there. There's some more 278s, but we don't want to mess with that. All right, now what's to our left on the map? It's an area that we haven't explored much of. Okay, so I'm going to go left. If you have the alembic of Valengard, take 550. Otherwise, it's a mandatory think. If we succeed, draw as many cards as we want. We keep one and unblock one. Otherwise, we get exhausted. All right, I'm just going to draw 2 cards. Okay, that's a success. We can keep one of these if we can actually keep both of these if we want. I don't think we want either of these. But we also can unblock a card, which we do want to do. I think experience is better to unblock. So I'm just going to shuffle that in. That was simple and easy enough. Okay, this goes away. Out comes 191. We're going to walk over there. That costs us 4. I see it is tricky to walk this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. We can keep 1 plus 1 of these cards if we want to. There's a fight. There's an emergency exit, so we don't have to fight. That's kind of useful when we're ready to come home, so maybe we keep that. Don't need these. So I'm going to throw this one away. I just can't make it work. Okay, so this will help us get out of a fight if there's a fight. Oh, sorry, you can't see that. This will help us get out of a fight if we encounter something that we don't really want to fight. I like that. All right, now, on this card, I don't feel like we've done this look action. I think we were in a rush. So I'm inclined to do that now, quickly, while we're exploring. Might as well learn about the world a bit. Getting to the top of the promontory is more challenging than you expected. Discard all other 312s. Okay. Reveal one face-down exploration card attached to your terrain and either put it back face down where it was or return it and put the adventure card. Okay, so what it's saying is we've been kind of slow about putting these out. This would be here. And then there'd also be a 5 here. And a 3 here and a 4 here. But we know what those are. All right, so we could pick one of these. We pick one of these, we look at it, and then we can leave it there or we can throw it away. We know what this one is, and it's where we want to go. So I guess we're going to do this one and probably throw it away if it's that's something we have to defeat. So it is a bit of a pain in the ass. It's a man. We can leave him to his fate, or we can try to help him and get a dialogue with the climb. And I think we should help this man, don't you? Let's do a good deed. Hey there, help me up there. Okay, so what we're going to do, this will let us look at it. We're going to choose not to throw it away. We're just going to leave it right where it is. That's what we saw while we were up in this tree. Okay, and no numbers on that card. And no vegetation we want to eat that I can think of. Okay, so now we're going to do this for real. I guess this would have let us prepare if we wanted to. All right, let's see what we've got here. Hey there, help me up here. You look up to see a man hanging upside down, his leg wrapped in a vine. So we can leave him to his fate and take a 130. I don't remember what a 130 is. I don't think it's bad, but maybe it is. We're going to help him. We are going to help him. We do have a card that lets us climb. Where's my... We do have a card that lets us climb. We might as well use it. Let's switch to the hand cam. Let's see if we can't do this rather quickly. Doesn't give us success, but it does let us turn these into 2 stars. And we've got something that can trigger it as long as we bring someone with us. Let's bring this lady with us. She's not very helpful, but we're trying to make use of her now. Okay, so we bring her with us just so that we can use this. So we can get 2 guaranteed successes with this card and this card, assuming we need to use them. That's 2. Then we just need 2 more on our own. If we draw 3 cards, we should be able to do that. If we have to, we could generate another 2 with this card. So actually, that's 4 successes right there. But maybe we won't need it. So I'm just going to draw 3 cards here. And then we can do it ourselves. We can do it with cards. Let me see what Jonathan says. These symbols don't match between cards. How do we turn flags into cloaks? Oh, you're right. You're right. Well, flags trigger her, but she doesn't do anything at this. Okay, so we can only get a guaranteed... You're right. Thank you, Jonathan. We can only get a guaranteed 2 success. So we need to get 4 on our own. So we'll have to try a little bit better, a little bit harder. 4 on our own. It's a little bit harder, but we can draw as many cards as we want and use as many cards. With 4, we should be able to get 4. Maybe we need to get 5. Hold on. What have we got here? This is climbing. Strength doesn't help us. Choose one card from your discard and bring it in. Flags. There we go. All right, so why don't we eat this? And that's our 4 right off the bat. And then we'll save ourselves. We still have to draw 3, though. Seems so wasteful. So wasteful, so wasteful, so wasteful. All right, so the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to see if there's a card in our hand that would help us do this better. Okay, instead, I'm going to take You Are Focused to draw back determination. And that way we get 1 for, okay, so now here's 1 success. I'm not going to use the potion. 1 success, then we're going to be able to generate, if we need it, 2 more. That's 3 successes. We only need 1 more of our own, so we can get away with drawing only 3 cards. Okay, so with our 3 cards, we got 2 successes. This one we had to already spend. That's 3 successes. And unfortunately, we've got Wild Card and Cloak. That triggers Skillful. We don't have to use Sound Advice. So this gives us 2, 3, 4. That's it. That's our 4 successes. That was reasonably efficient. Okay, we reached him. We have a ground shiver of 5, so we read 302. Reasonably efficient. That's all you can hope for after 6 hours. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Let's see our good deed. Back on the ground, the man hands you a book. I've only this to offer you, and I'd be happy if you accept it. Before saying goodbye, he tells you about some of the hazards in the area, including the bombarind, a conifer that can hurl its rock-hard pine cones. So we go up in our knowledge, which is nice. We're at 18 now. We take a 50, which is a book, and a glimmer. Okay, let's see what book we got. I mean, thank you. We'll take a book. A book? Absolutely will we accept a book. Okay, it's the Vigorina. A chapter mentions some of the properties of the Vigorina, whose seeds provide extra energy when consumed with certain beverages and food. So you eat the Vigorina, and you just get 3 extra cards, and you're not exhausted. I like that. I like anything that doesn't require us to draw luck and get poisoned. Okay, more plants to discover is kind of fun. All right, that guy did well by us. Can't complain. And Jayla did fine. I mean, she just sits there looking pretty. That one, she doesn't do much, but she caused no harm to us. This one's taking a rest. This one, this arcanist is like more powerful than us. We are lucky that she's coming with us. The other one, not so much. Okay, and then this got banished. That guy's never getting saved again. All right, well, there's nothing else to do here but move along. Let's move left. We did that, so now a 79 comes out. numerous stumps. North is the bridge. Okay, so that comes out there. Whoops. That comes out here. Now, is there anything we haven't done here, Jonathan? I think we looked at these things. Those red berries we now know how to eat. I don't know if we care about them, though. What do they do? You can see how unblock a card. It's free. So actually, I like that. We're just going to eat that berry. Oh, we have to return a blessing. The Mariner, we don't really... It's the same as a blessing. A blessing can unblock something anyway. But it does give us one more card, and we've never eaten those red berries before, so... Let's just do it for fun. I'm going to throw away a blessing. I'm going to put this card back in. Just gives us one more card. And one more blessing that we can get. Hardly seems worth it, but... Alright. Now, we looked at those stumps before, didn't we, Jonathan? Do you remember if there's anything important about them? I'll tell you... Oh, I see. There's nothing above that card. Alright, that's okay. We're going to the sick woman. I'd love to have a way to get stuff out of my... Did I go? I went and took a card out of my hand. Okay. All right. Well, let's move along. So we need to have a 5 here. Here's our 5. Whoops. Oh, sorry. That's what we did. Okay. So let's move on into that card. That costs us 3, actually. We're running low on health. We can keep one of these. The only thing we'd like to get here is the more healing. Telekinesis. No. So we think we've already looked at those stumps, right? Okay. So up above here is the bridge. Okay. So that's where we want to go. There's a 2 card. Let's see what we've got here. You're lost. Luckily, one tree dominates the others, and you should be able to find your way from the high branches. So we can climb up 2 and 3. If we slip, we get injured, or we can do a compass action to try our luck. I suppose for us, we'd rather do the compass action because we have the glimmers. So let's just quickly do the compass action. We got to draw 1 card and throw it away. That's our healer. So it would be great to recover that card somehow. It's in our discard pile. Okay, so 13 is Lady Luck. So that's it. Done. Success. Discard this. Okay, that's fine. No numbers here, huh? Okay. Remember, I would love to get this healer card out of the discard. All right, 178. Let's go heal that woman. It would be great if we could grab a card from there, though. Okay, here's our 178. In the distance, there's the crevice with the bridge. Draw 2 cards. We get to keep 1 and put the card on the other side of that. Okay, so let's just move everything down. Moving everything down so we can see where we're going. All right, so the bridge goes here. We're going to walk across it. I just want to make sure there's no way we can go recover that medicine card. We need something that allows us to fetch a card. We don't have it. It's too bad. Okay, doesn't matter. 2 to walk across this. We get to keep one of these, which means we get to keep 2 of these. And it would let us put a thing there and move there. Okay, that's what we're doing. So 2 cards, the Mariner and a Fight. I don't think we really want either of these. Oh, but we've got space for one. All right, let's keep that one. Doing that brings us across the edge to our 279. That's the bridge that we've just crossed over. And there's our people. And why is there errata there? I don't remember. 279. Okay. So that's there. And that's there. All right. So we're still in old territory. And it moves us across. All right. So that's eroded. I don't think there's anything important about that errata, but I think I can check very quickly. 279. 279 says, it just says if there's nothing there, that should have a diamond after it. Okay, so we're here on this card. Now, I see the plant that we know, the new plant we just learned how to eat, I think. The Varnieria, where is that? That's the, did we learn about that in a book? Oh no, that was green. Somehow, well, wait a minute. Is that? Is that? Kind of looks like it. Yeah, that's that. So if we wanted to, we could eat that and bring 3 cards back. 3 random cards. So I guess we're going to do that. And or returned, you're exhausted. I'm just going to give us 3 cards. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now we're going to try to heal this woman. I wish we could have gotten our other medicine, though. Does this seem like a bug, though? Look, there's no limit to this. Why couldn't you just keep doing this? This should have some errata, shouldn't it? That says you can only do it once. But how would you mark that? That's weird, isn't it? Jonathan, how do you explain that? This would seem to suggest we can just eat forever. What's to stop us from eating forever? I don't understand that. In fact, there was another eating plant that was similarly had no downside. That's got to be an errata card. That has to tell you that you have to pay something. But all right, we got away with it. All right, so we wanted to go and help these people, this woman here. I really wanted to find our other healing card, but maybe we don't need it. Let's give it a try. All right, 337. Here we go. This is exciting. If we could make progress on this quest, in addition to everything we've done, that would be a pretty remarkable session. All right, let's see. Let's put this back. Let's see what 337 is. hamlet at the edge of the crevasse. Some of them were swept away. Vegetable gardens. We knock on a door. Coughing fit. Immediately after this is revealed 409. We already read 409. It's her sick, but I guess we need to refresh our memory. I'll just go through it quickly. Because it seemed to suggest that we have to really understand this mystery illness, but we're not going to try to understand it. We're just going to try to cure her. All right, so she says, she looks wearily at you. Whole hamlet stricken with same disease. It started after reversal. Half of our house is swept into the crevasse. At first, it was just a bad case of fatigue. Recently, illness has gotten worse. 2 of ours died a few days ago. Black sap. What's happening to us? And then he coughs. Okay, poison hamlet, which we already did. All right, now let's see if we can make some progress on this, which would be very exciting if so. So here we are. Oh yeah. Here we are at the hamlet. And we're going to try to help this man out. So it's medical. We don't have the cure, so we can't do the 0-0. It's only this one down here we can do. So what we need to do is look at our hand camera. So we're going to do this action, which gives us a bonus success and an extra keep. So that would let us keep 2 cards, but we'd have to get 3 successes on 2 cards. Very hard to do. How can we help? How can we improve that? We can't, unless we have an guaranteed success, which we don't. I don't think we could do this, Jonathan. We don't quite have a way to do this. I mean, we'd have to draw. Well, with 2 cards, we could get 3 successes. We absolutely could. But it wouldn't be easy. And we have no way to make symbols help us. It would be a long shot. It would absolutely be a long shot, but it would be doable. Now, would there be any risk to it? Yes, because if we fail it, let me see something. Let me see if we got lucky enough to shuffle that medical card. No, here it is. So if we got this card, we would absolutely be able to do it. So if we had a way to draw a card from the discard, we could absolutely do it. So if we drew 5 cards, 6 cards, we could probably pull it off. We'd have a good chance of doing it. John said, aren't we pretty much done? Why don't we go all in on it? Yeah, I think that's a reasonable thing. However, let me point out, we have not ever looked up here. So a little bit more exploring. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to suggest to us. I'm going to put this card here. That hurts our Hamlet. I want to look at our draw deck and see what's in this draw deck. So actually, there's nothing here that would let us fetch cards. Of course, we could pay to try to shuffle it back in. All right, let's do what Jonathan suggests. We'll make a reasonable shot at this. If we fail, we fail. Let's just make sure that we don't have anything I'm overlooking, because I would hate to make a mistake about that. Music. Symbols. Got lots of ways to get symbols, but no way to... Glimmer of Hope lets us unblock. That's not useful. Arcane Energy. That's our thing. That's our eating. Jonathan says uses a lot of cards. Eating. So hold on a second. Look at this, Jonathan. This says... Sorry. Let me just go to this for a second. This says if we cure her, we get a 49 and we check one box. That's it. So this doesn't do anything for us, just one box. I don't think we should bother with her. That's not... We can come back here when we're properly set up to do this. So instead of wasting time with that, which would just check a box, let's spend our last little bit of energy exploring and at least building our map a little bit. So here's a 3. If you have a weakness, lose 2 cards, nothing. Okay. John says, this was the whole reason you wanted to come here. I just thought we were going to be able to unlock something. Now that I know, and now that I know how we have to beat it, we know we'll have to come back with both things. And also, I think there's some value to exploring the map a little bit more for next time. So that was the other reason. Wind rushes between the walls of a rocky gorge, giving off an overpowering melody. 2 cracks scar the ground, forming a pattern that reminds you of a cross. Whoa, look at this crazy thing. All right. So that goes there. I think maybe we just look around a little, build up our map, and then we head home. All right. So let's walk in here for one. That lets us rest if we wanted to. I'm going to throw away our medical card and then use this to take 3 cards back. Second wind is gone. Okay. Let's look at this. 284 costs us 1 card. Pass a bush with blue leaves. Birds are feasting on its berries, but that does not mean they're edible for you. Whoa, look at this, Jonathan. Look at these berries. So we could try to eat some berries, try our luck. If they're edible, we get a 153. Otherwise, we're going to get poisoned. I gain 3 life. We don't really care about this. I'm just going to leave it out. I'm just going to leave it right out here. We don't care about it. We're just mapping. But we do have new region up here. It'd be nice to find the boundaries of where we're supposed to go. Like here, we've just found it. This is useful information for us, Jonathan, because look, here's ground shiver of 7. So we're at the boundary, basically, of where we should go at this point. So we're not going to go here, but we are going to look over here. Okay. If you have no cards with provisions... Oh, I think we fed all our food away. What about sack of grain? We do have provisions. We have the sack of grain. So we do have some provisions. If you have no provisions, take one, which is exhausted. Otherwise, you take a short break to have a snack. Take 2 13s and reveal. So our first 13 is Lady Luck. And our second 13 is Jinxed. If you have one Lady Luck and one Jinxed, a rodent has stolen one of your rations. Return one card with provisions. Okay, I am not giving up my sack of grain, so I'm going to use my Glimmer of Hope. Return it to draw again instead of this Jinxed. It's the terrible Jinx. In goes another Glimmer of Hope. And out comes, you are Jinxed. In goes our last Glimmer of Hope. Yikes. And out comes Lady Luck and a Glimmer. Okay, well that cost us a lot, but that's all right. So we got 2 Lady Lucks. So we got 2 cards back. That was an expensive little meal. Do this quickly. How are you holding up, Jonathan? Okay, this goes away. 239 comes out. I think this is new to us. I don't think we've... No, we have been here. Look at that, a collapsed tower. I'm not sure we did this, though. Let's see our map here. So we have been here, but we've never looked at what's above it. So we're building map. It makes sense. We're going to walk over there for one card. We could keep it if we wanted it. It's a rest. We might as well keep it. And then we might as well use it to bring 3 more cards back in. Not really important here. Okay. Oh, I see. You can't see. Okay, so here we are. It's a level 6. We already know you can't. We don't have the strength to go up to level 6. So this just sits here. And then we have been left, but I think we were in a rush back. This is all area we're not allowed on. Now I think Jonathan might have been right that we've got nothing else to do. We should have helped that old lady. I'm gonna go help that lady. 1, 2. Only takes 2 cards. We're gonna walk here because we've got nothing else to do. That's a card. Walk here. That's a card. Doesn't help us. We're gonna try to help this lady now. Oh, I threw away the medicine. I threw away the medicine. Why did I do that? I threw away the medicine. It's all a waste. All right. You know what? We've got more health, but we're playing on the easy mode. I think it's probably time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to walk up here for 1, and then I'm going to explore this card for 10. because we got nothing else we really want to do, and we're running out of energy. Either that or we head into the... Either that or we... If it traps us in a mandatory fight, can't we die? No, because we have our Hope Reborn in an emergency. But I'm not going to do it. I'm going to undo. We wasted a lot of time walking there and back. But instead, I'm going to try to make it to the edge here where we've got a place we could look at above here, above the ruined Citadel. So let's try to make our way back there until we get bored. All right. So we've discovered some weird stuff. The ruins of a building used to be a coaching inn. Galloping horse. Rusty plate that shows a galloping horse. So we can search and find a valuable object. A book. Is that a book? 50's a book, right? Who's good at searching? One of these ladies. No, I thought one of them was good at searching. 2 and 3. We could do that on our own anyway. Okay. We're going to do this action. We're going to draw 3, 4 cards. We need 3 successes. I'm going to draw 5 cards. Jonathan says, you're going to get confused along the way. There's a mandatory thing. I'm going to avoid that. Oh, you're right. The mandatory thing is right next door. Okay, let's just get this thing. I'm going to draw 5 cards so that we can definitely achieve this. Then we have to do a 13 and a 199. Okay, well, anyway, here we go. So we need 3 successes. We actually just barely made it, but we did make it. Okay, we rummaged through this building. Now we're supposed to take a luck card. If we don't do this properly, we could lose our health. Ugh, jinxed. We have 1 more glimmer that we got recently. So I'm going to return that to draw another card. Wow, jinxed again. We have no more glimmers. But we do have 13 health. We can afford to lose 2 more. We're down to 11. We always have our Hope Reborn in an emergency. To draw another card, it's Lady Luck, but not another glimmer. So we're down to our last health. All right, but we did succeed. So we take a 50, which I believe is our books, our pedestrian books, and a 199. Let's see what we've got. So here's our 199. We found a net for trapping. It's weight 1. We can keep this with us. We've got enough weight to carry a net. Not that useful, but more importantly, a stupid other mushroom book. Same one we already have. Okay, we don't care about that. This goes away. All right, so Jonathan is right that if we try to go left, we will get confused. It's that card there. We don't really want to go there and get confused. So, is it time to go home? I think so. I think so. If we go down, it's the wormholes that we can listen to. I think we tried that already. There's nothing really of interest. Okay, it's time to go home. Do you agree, Jonathan? Yes, Jonathan says, let's go home. 7.5 hours. Total 12 hours for this 2-part session. We're headed home. So, we take our card, return to the Citadel. we have to spend 10 life points, which we're at 11 now. So we go down to 1 life. We still have an emergency Hope Reborn we could use if we got into any risk. Discard all the cards on the board, which we'll do later. And then we read the epilogue after this marathon set of sessions. All right. Here we go. While you were away, you talked to several members of the community to inquire about what happened during your absence. Read 546. And then, depending on what we've instantiated. Okay, so we start with 546. So guys, tell us about what happened over the 13 hours, which is like 13 days that we've been gone. Okay. Roll a die and apply the following effect. Nothing happened, which is good news. All right, well, let's see what we got. All right, so that's a 4. So 586 we read. $586. The person we're talking to says, "Hey, I'm working on a new potion. I need a particular ingredient. You didn't happen to bring it back from your last venture, did you?" Bale asked before launching into a long tirade. Roll a die. And we could throw this away to get a 99, which we don't care about. There are no more 99s. Okay, so there's our die. It's a 1. It's a gambler's boon. We don't want that. And we could throw away barter to get glimmers. We don't want that either. But boy, look, we could have gotten a cooking pot. Oh, that's what we'd have to give away. We don't want to give away a cooking pot. All right, so nothing happened here. Pretty boring. All right, now, what about our side quests? Oops. What about our side quests? Stratimus and the Stellar Scope is initiated and not finished. That's right, isn't it? Where's our... Because we got the telescope, but we didn't finish it. Okay, Stratimus is initiated, but not completed. Okay, so 163. This is going to give us our update, having brought back the telescope. That's kind of exciting. Walton comes home to find you in your quarters. So, did you find Stratimus? The answer is on this shelf, you proudly announced, pointing to the stellar scope. Wonderful. Now I can get on with improving our ground shivers. Check the finished box of the quest. Stratimus and the stellar scope take 399 cards. All right, well, we have no more 399 cards. We're just bathing in them. But we finished that quest, which is nice. Okay. John says, oh no, it's all 99 cards. Okay, Rise of Berries is not initiated. Killian Remains is not initiated. Vegetables and Incantations is initiated. Okay, so 149. Here we go. More 99s. Yep. That's all right. That just means we're ahead of the game. Larius trembles with impatience. So, this treaty, it's only about poetry and carrots, or is there something else? You are not mistaken. It conceals a spell of accelerated plant growth that will be very useful for our crop production. And we owe this discovery to you. Thank you. Check the finished box. Get 1 knowledge and 3 99 cards, which we can't use. Okay, but at least we got a knowledge, yes. However, soon we're going to be in a situation where we're getting upgrades that we don't need. I'm a little worried about our defense. Everything else is super high. Our defense, I'm a little worried that bad things are going to happen. Okay, so we finished the conclusion. That's it. And our next stop is going to be the Great Library that we keep hearing about. John says you added to prestige instead of knowledge. That's why I got to show you guys when I do stuff so you can catch me. Okay, thank you. All right, 19, 19, 17, 2 14s. And we do have 1 Hope Reborn that we saved. And looks like on the next mission, we're going to the library, which is pretty exciting. Boy, this was a super epic adventure we went on, especially in town. Almost all of it was spent in town. Very fun, very enjoyable. 7.5 hours is just our longest session yet, and this was part 2. Jonathan, thank you for joining me, as always. I hope it wasn't too taxing at the end there. Okay, we'll talk, Jonathan and I. We'll figure out when our next session of the 7th Citadel will be. If you have stayed to the end and watched this, I'd love to hear your comments, your thoughts at the end. Jonathan, if you have any thoughts to go into the review eventually, please write them down after you pass out. Jonathan says, yes, we finally got the grand tour of Cal. Yes, we did. We absolutely did. And we've got a feather card for next time. In fact, we might go grab that other feather card on our next upgrade, but we'll figure that out on our next session. Jonathan says, good instincts to take the shield. Good work on the constraint puzzle. Thank you. That was the bug puzzle. It was pretty fun. All right. See you next time.